Welcome to the program Youth Perspective on Independent Television. I'm your host, Joy Obaisiagbon, and you know how we do it here. We talk about societal matters from the youth perspective. Today is no different. Today we're looking at love and dating in the modern era. Actually, submission and obedience. Is it the same thing or is it not? So today I'll be having this conversation with my guest, David Isene. Thank you very much, David, for joining me today.
Thank you very much for inviting Joy. It's lovely to be here with you.
I look forward to having a very wonderful conversation with you.
It's a very interesting topic.
You look like you have a lot to say.
Let's see.
Okay, all right, let's get right into the conversation. So for you, David, obedience and submission, do you think it's the same thing? For this our generation now, talking about dating and, love in this era.
Well, I would be a liar if I say that there is no no difference between what we used to know or what our parents knew and what we face now. Obviously, there is a big difference in the fact that we even have to speak about it in a show is a proof that there is a difference.
Okay, yeah, of course.
Because I don't think it was a topic before, in the time of our parents. I don't think they sat down to, have this kind of conversations. I know it tells that certain things have, changed over time, or certain things have been revolted against, as against the way it used to be. So personally, for the question, I think that there is a difference from what used to be and what is now.
Okay, for you, what is submission? What does submission mean to you?
For me, well, I would say, first of all, if I'm going to speak from the normal English explanation of submission.
Of course, English.
it's like delegating your authority to someone else.
Okay.
We need to first emphasize the fact that probably the person has a certain authority, but chooses not. It's a matter of choice. Chooses not to use that authority or chooses not to wield the authority and gives it to someone, to wield the authority over the person. Naturally, we would say that every man that is born has a certain freedom, especially matters of choice and decision making. Your ability to not use those decisions and someone else is using it over you is actually submitting to another person's authority. So we can say submission is a matter of bending for someone else to speak over and then you follow. So it's like giving yourself over to leadership of another person.
So relating that to today's dating, the modern, this era of dating and love, can you, relating it to that, do you think it actually influences, does it contradict to your own definition of submission, like having to give up authority? Do you think that this generation, we can actually do that?
Well, I believe that this generation, we are capable of many things.
Okay.
We are capable of doing it and capable of not doing it. Like we already established, every man is given a freedom of choice at the beginning. Personally, if it's on my own personal note or account of my own beliefs, the way we were raised and all, we don't even talk about matters of submission as regards things like relationship or dating. We talk about it in matters of marriage, the way we were raised. We speak about, because now, first of all, my faith speaks about wives submitting to their husbands, not wives or women submitting to men. It says their husband. It means if the title husband is not there, we shouldn't even be talking about the matter of submission. Now, basically, from the whole standpoint and view of the way things were before our time or the way we were raised, the male figure, because when we're speaking about relationship, obviously it's between man and woman, so the male figure has a role. Every gender or every part of a relationship between the two of them have a role, characteristics or obligations in certain homes, and one of the the fact the most paramount obligation of a male, gender in a marriage is to lead.
Okay, to lead.
Yes, to lead. And we were raised, and we have seen over time that many a times how the man chooses to lead the home determines where the home goes to. So if you are not in that journey of marriage with someone that knows where he's going to, you are definitely going to crash. It's just an accident waiting to happen, basically. So we know that the job of the man, according to where we were raised, is leadership. So therefore, when he's married to a woman, the beliefs and the teachings say that the lady should allow him lead. You understand? To allow him to lead, and in so doing that, it means submitting her own authority to him to lead.
Okay, you mentioned that the paramount objective of the male gender, or rather the male character in a marriage, doesn't know his relationship because it has not been established that they are actually legal. So in a marriage setting, if the man's objective is to lead, according to what you said, do you think it actually affects how he regards the woman, how he respects her, or something like that?
Well, it shouldn't really affect. Now, if we are still going to follow the standpoint of where we were raised, the option is, the instruction rather, or the model is, husbands, love your wives. And that love there stands for sacrifice, basically. In fact, according to the standpoint of the belief or the model given to us, the job of the man is even more than that of the woman, according to the proper model. Now, it's when you just look at things, and because of the way things have been over the years, because we found out that people, they actually spoil them.
Okay.
I was raised in somewhere in the south, where the relationship between husband and wife is quite infuriating.
Okay. What do you mean?
Okay, I was raised, like I said, somewhere in the south. I won't call the place, but
Okay.
being in that environment, I saw certain things, and I will give a graphic description of it. So the way I will even say is that some people that are from that place will understand that it's the place I'm talking about. You see that in the morning like this, maybe early in the morning, you see that the woman, gets up, takes care of the children, and by children I mean one in the hand, one on the back. Okay, so she takes care of the children, puts one in hand, puts one in back, takes the one in hand to school. Then as she's packaging them, she's taking care of her husband, and then she picks up what we call head pan. Now head pan is what we used to carry cement, for building sites. So she picks up a head pan, holds it on one hand, holds one child on one hand, puts one on the back, and then sets out for the daily bread.
Crazy.
Now she gets to the site, she walks, puts cement, they mold for her, put it upon her head, she puts it.
So what's the man in all of this?
We will get to the man, you'll see what I'm talking about. Okay. Then puts the child on the back, on maybe the granites, just seated there, watching the mom hustle.
Yeah.
And when she's done, she makes certain, changes that they make, this daily work. So she makes changes, they put the child back on the back, picks the headpan, goes back home. On her way home, she goes to the market, use that money she just made to purchase things for the house, especially when the child is going to school the next day, goes home, meets because this is where the man is now, meets the man or the husband exactly where she left him. And where is that? In the site in front of his house, or in a bar close to the house with his friends, drinking, alcohol, or what we call it kind. So drinking, smoking, and fraternizing with smaller girls in the area. And then when she comes, she submits the money.
Submit the money.
You get it now. The remaining part of the change that she has made after the work, the market and all, and then she gives it to this man, and then in turn he uses the money to continue the same circle the next day. And then you call that also called submission. You see, these were the things that
That is not submission.
that you get it now. So they term it as submission. So in that kind of place, if the woman wants to revolt or something, you hear things like, I'm not now.
That's how it's
He's your husband. You know, you are supposed to. You see, these were the things that our timeline, our generation saw and said,
Yeah.
this can't be it. This is not even the standard. This is not the model. This is not the original model that was given to us. We know that in the original model that was given to us, the man is the one that is most sacrificial to the woman. In fact, his love language is sacrifice. Her love language in turn to respond to sacrifice is submission. That means, because a man that, truthfully speaking, can die for you is worthy of your authority.
Okay.
And that's just the way it
The submission actually.
is worthy of it. I don't think submission in regard, in fact, in the matters of marriage, when we talk about submission, I'm talking about things like carrying him along in decisions. You know, making decisions, making him a primary part of your life in decision making, making him a primary, especially in decision making, in how things are run, how you run things through him. And these are things that even he in turn does with his wife, if indeed it's a home that wants to last, and function properly. So if he can sacrifice or love his wife according to the model, submission is the response to love according to the model.
Okay, I'm thinking about that model actually. Do you think it's irrelevant today?
No, I don't think it's irrelevant.
Let's talk about that. Okay, why do you think so?
Well, I believe in things that work, and over the years we have seen it work.
But you've never been married, have you?
No, I have parents that stay together till now.
Okay.
And I saw
I'm
it
talking
work.
about this our generation with the look of things right now.
I think one of the problems with our generation is that we are influenced by so many voices.
Okay.
So many voices. Everything is teaching us. Twitter is teaching, or X rather is teaching, Instagram is teaching, TikTok is talking. There are so many. In fact, I'll give you a classical example of something that used to happen, especially amongst the female gender. A lady just wakes up, comes to her ex account and says, trust men at your own risk. Meanwhile, she's typing that in from her husband's house.
So many voices.
The same person that is telling you, I can never. The next day you see her throwing flower or throwing bouquet.
Yeah.
It's her wedding day. What happens to the younger persons that get to see those kind of content, and because those things, whether you like it or not, your eyes and your ears are the gateways they are your learning gateways. So basically you hear those things and it registers in the heart of someone, and then it becomes a school, a teaching for that person over time. So much so that we begin to focus on the failing ones. If you check in our time, we always seem to put much regard to those that are failing and don't spend time checking those that are actually succeeding. We have fathers that are 50 years in marriage.
Yeah.
60 years in marriage. They are still alive. You didn't check their own model to see how it works. You went to look at a celebrity somewhere that just had like 3 years in marriage and said, men are wicked.
But why do you actually think that is? Nowadays marriages doesn't last as long as it actually does in the time past.
One thing you need to understand is that I got to learn over time that marriage is the strongest unit. The family is the strongest unit of any succeeding society. Every nation or society that would be that will shake, or that will make wave, that will be successful, it starts from the unit of the home, the family. That unit of the family. Once it can be crumbled, the society is at risk. In fact, check it, most of the people that are probably nuisances in the society, we can always do a backlog to check the home that they are coming from. It's always like that. And I would say that it is to that reason why that most people need to focus more on making their homes and marriages work, knowing fully well that as small or as minute as it looks, it is something that is actually very tangible. First of all, for example, practical examples. Each and every one of us grew up from home, right?
Yeah.
A child learns his first words from home. You hear dada, mama. It's first word. He learns it from home, not from the street, not from school. I personally, when I began to start my education, I was already speaking according to my parents. I was speaking, well for a 2-year-old. I was speaking well, and so when it was time to begin, my education, I didn't need to go through the normal rigors of probably going to crèche and play, and do those kind of stuff. I just started straight from the classes that do writing. Where did I learn it from? From the home. I didn't learn it from any forward corner of any school. From the home. That's how intentional. That's how important the home is to a child. The things, I was raised in a place that is very rough, somewhere in the south, very rough. But I was not, I didn't look like the environment. I didn't look like the environment not because I was not in the environment, but because I was in a safe haven, my home.
Yeah, because of your own unit.
The unit. So no matter how, chaotic the environment was, and I mean,
the shield.
Chaotic the environment,
yeah.
Was. Every day is a risk in that environment. No matter how chaotic it was, those garbage end outside. They don't come in because the home, my family had found a way to shield us, the children, from the noise of outside. When you raise a child like that in an environment, you will not be afraid, to commit responsibilities into the hand of that child. Be afraid that he's going to, throw it away or make a mess of it. That's how important the home is. This is the thing that is actually at stake. Is what is at stake. And I wouldn't want to put in, the spiritual aspect and all those things into it, but that is how important the unit called family
actually
is in society.
We well established the fact that all these things that we see around actually influences some of the decisions, talking about having to have so many divorces around nowadays and all of that. We've seen that it's it's safe to say that it's kind of difficult right nowadays for Gen Z to submit. Probably because, like we said, the environment and all of that, what you see, you give an example of, the woman having to go work and then bringing a proceeds to the husband and all of that. So if you are to know someone navigating this path right now, having difficulty submitting in their relationship, marriage, Gen Zs, because of, the environment, influence and all of that, we've chosen, you said many voices. A lot of persons, they chose to listen to, the wrong voices. And those people that are victims of that, now they are having difficulty having to submit to, like you said, the actual model. How do you think people like that can navigate that part? I will actually be taking these questions to the street as well, to hear from our viewers, to hear from other persons, and then we'll bring it here and put them together. But before we leave, I'd like you to answer on that. How do you think they can?
Well, I would first of all say that being submissive in a relationship or being obedient, because now we're speaking about, basically, if we're speaking about submission, we're basically speaking about the female gender.
Okay.
Now, being specific in submissive rather in a relationship does not really stop a successful home building. Neither does it crash a home that is supposed to actually survive or work fine. I would say that the word submission in itself does not make you a fool, because that is what it's kind of mirrored in our time. That once people hear the word submission, they just say, "I'll not be mumu." I don't know if you get my point. That kind of like, "I'll not be mumu, man, not use my head," and all. I think we should not also be speaking. First of all, I don't think you should be in a marriage with someone you don't trust. I also don't think we should be talking submission if trust is not on the table. Basically, because and this is why how you enter also matters a lot. many a time we see in our generation that the things that both parties now, both genders, look out for in a relationship or in, the marriage that they want to enter is very flawed.
Yeah, so if we're understanding you very correctly, despite the fact that there are very sad stories out there, you have to look for the boxes that were not ticked before, those boxes that were not ticked before that person actually made that decision. Why they ended up like that, why the story ended up being, not good.
So you check it.
So that you can checkmate that on your own. And then when you get into it, you don't really have to not have so many problems about having to submit,
or having to love
the
your
original model.
Original model. Emphasis on original model.
All right. Right now, we're going to call it a break, and then we'll take this question to the street. The question is going to be showing on the screen right now. We'll take it to the street, and then we'll get answers. The question actually is, why do you think it is difficult for this generation to want to submit in relationship? Yes, and despite the fact that we know that it's obviously very difficult. So what solution can you prefer to a person that is in that situation right now, having difficulty, submitting to their partner?
Some people see submission as a GBV issue, because they see it as somebody is trying to compare them against their wish. Somebody is trying to, make them lose their freedom, not knowing that is not what submission is. That is why it is very important we redefine what submission is. Submission is partnering with each other. Submission is, one person, you have to support that for the other person's opinion, for you people for the marriage or for the relationship to go well. Yes, I want, the advice I'll give to them is that they should go to the drawing board. They should go and know the real meaning of submission.
But women of these days are more educated, they are more aware, and so their understanding of submission has evolved. A woman can speak her opinion, can express her disagreement with a thing, so while still being submissive. What is really happening is awareness. People are not living relationships or marriages or finding it hard to submit. Rather, they are saying no to the submission that resists them, that limits them, and issues their voices. So it's just about working together. No party is greater than the other. There is no dominant, there is no submissive. You guys are both dominant and submissive. You guys can both lead and can still both be submissive. So that notion that submission is about control, it's about like one party taking control of the other, that should die. Submission can work hand in hand when a couple comes together and agree.
Gen Z nowadays, they live their life on social media. Everything is about social media, and comparison is the thief of joy. So they tend to compare what they see online, how people live their life online, how celebrities, public figure do everything online. So they compare it with themselves. So that's the main reason they can never be submissive, because they feel like the new cool is being all these feminism, all these equality. So submission is not the new cool, so they won't follow it. My advice will be, don't compare. Focus on your own marriage. Focus on, no marriage is perfect, so just work on getting better. That's the only way.
It's definitely hard for them because this is a fast-paced generation. Only a few still have like the old morals, because now it's just like, well, if some even feel they don't even need to be in a marriage or a relationship, because it has to do with the fact that this generation has made the most money. I mean, just look at what these people are doing, streaming, all this stuff. So when there's money, people tend to feel like they don't need anybody. So I say it's definitely hard. So it's just the way the world evolves, the way these things get more difficult. So, and it's really, we're losing the morals on everything, and it's just, it's hard, but at the end of the day, all I can say is if they could just sit down and see, okay, my parents didn't come from this, and just try to emulate their parents, and I feel we'll all be all right.
All right, those are the amazing opinions from our guests out there. Hope you have been able to learn a thing or two. Yes, and that brings us to the end of today's episode. Thank you very much, David, for joining me today.
Thank you very much for inviting. It was an exciting discussion.
All right, until next week, I am your host, Joy Obaisiagbon. Bye for now.
Good afternoon and welcome to an amazing Friday afternoon here in the studio. It is Itches and Voices. And remember, Itches and Voices is brought to you by NAPVID, Network for the Advancement of Persons with Visible Disabilities. And also, happy Workers' Day to all the workers across Nigeria. I hope the Friday is going amazingly well for you. For a couple of weeks now, we've been talking about the current fuel hike and how it's affecting persons with disabilities. But we've not yet touched on how it's affecting students with disabilities, and that's what we'll be doing in the studio today. Our guest for today is Mr. Chinemere David, and he's a teacher in the special schools for kids, and also is also the chairperson for the Association of Technology Inclined Visually Impaired in Nigeria, the Edo State chapter. And to do justice to our hearing impaired community, we have Mrs. Cynthia Godwin Aya, who is our sign language interpreter. Welcome to the studio, Mr. Chinemere.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Okay, for us to dive straight into the conversation, can you please introduce yourself to us and what you do properly?
Well, my name, like you've said, is Chinemere David Iwala. I'm a teacher currently at School for the Visually Impaired here in Benin City. Also, I am the chairman of Association of Technology Inclined Visually Impaired Persons of Nigeria, Edo State chapter.
Okay, that's amazing. Can you just give us a little bit into what your association is about? Just a quick intro.
Basically, just like the name implies, we are a technology inclined association that try to say how we could leverage on technology, either modern or traditional technology, to see how we could equip our people to empower them for today's world. Basically, that's just what we do.
So that means you guys work with students with disability also?
Everybody.
Okay. Yeah, now diving into the matter of the current fuel hike, I feel like it's a topic that is on everybody's lips, and it's a matter of concern. So can you tell us, before this current fuel hike, what is the challenges, or one of the challenges that students with disabilities face, maybe coming to school, in the process of learning, and maybe in their daily lives as students before the fuel hike? Can you give us an insight of what some of the challenges they face?
You know, like I say always, another word for disability is limitation. So, which means for the mere fact that somebody is already going about with a form of disability or not, shows that that person is already facing some very severe challenges, other than what every other able-bodied person, like we'll try to call them, faces. So, ordinarily, a person with disability is already facing challenges. If I have to go somewhere, for instance, I would need a sighted person to aid me or assist me to the place. And that will mean an extra cost for me. So now we're talking about the spike in the price of petrol due to the Iran-US war, the closure of the Strait of Hormuz and all of that. You could see that it becomes even worse, because one of the first things it affects is transportation price. And just like it is with every other person, transportation we've discovered have gone higher, maybe by 100 or 200, 300, 500, depending on the location or the distance you are to cover. So, naturally, disability in itself comes with some very severe challenges.
Like what and what for students with disability now, to be specific?
Commuting to school. Okay. Commuting to school, you know, it became very, very serious. If you see like when we took, what will I call it now? When we tried to understudy what happened when they relocated us, for instance, we were at a place, though we've been promised now we'll be taken back, and that is a temporary measure. We were relocated from our former location at Iviore Primary School, that's close to St. Augustine, around that Ukege area. We were located to Uwa Primary School and Izevige, which is along First. And you could see that from then on, it became extremely very challenging, because many people had to drop out because of the extra costs that they had to pay coming to school. Many people had to drop out. So that if you even check our books, you'll see that we had a reduced student attendance in school from then on until now. It's maybe now some people are trying to find a way around the whole situation, and maybe some are beginning to come back and all of that.
Okay. Oh, okay. So now that the current fuel hike is an issue currently, so is there a different challenge that has been faced by the students, or is it the same? Is there a difference?
Of course. It naturally follows that it's just like, for instance, most of our pupils are from remote parts of Edo State. We have pupils from Igara, we have pupils from Urumi, Irwa, and all of those other parts, Soronigbe, all other parts of Edo State. So now it's a no-brainer. Let's just try to estimate how much it will cost to bring somebody from Igara, the capital of Akoko Edo, for instance, or Auchi. How much the price is now. And that person will have to come, because this, for instance, is a primary school, which will mean that, oh, these are young people, these are young persons. So that person, you cannot leave a child. Well, I have a child in my school who's just 7. She's just 7 years. And she comes from, is it Opoji? Yeah, something Opoji. That child definitely cannot come herself. She will have to come, sometimes she comes with her grandmother or one of her aunties or something. So that child will have to come with an extra person. So you can imagine how much it is now. So naturally, even without thinking too much, you just discover that, of course, that puts an extra burden on the person's already strained finances.
Yes, that's very true. But is there something that the school is doing currently to help, the school or the institution, to help these students?
You know, There's another danger will come from somebody who's being carried on the back cannot carry on that person. The school itself need help. So how can the school who needs help the pupils? The most we can do is to try to see how we could advocate, call on well-spirited individuals, corporate organizations who have persons with disability at heart, and maybe the government, to try to see how we could help some of these pupils. I personally, I have to solicit cash from my friends to even transport some of my pupils sometimes home or back from school or back from home. Yes, personally, I've done that in the past. So, except we just want to go out of our way personally to do some of those things, the school doesn't have any structured plan or any of all of those resources to be able to carry out that kind of activity.
Well, the thing is that what you just mentioned now is also a means of helping. Even though it is not well structured, it's still a means, and I'm sure that you're not the only teacher who is going this extra means to help some of those students. But then you made mention.
But the problem with that is that that's not sustainable.
Very true.
That's not sustainable.
That's true.
If, for instance, I do not have enough at the time, or all of the teachers are just faced with some kind of financial challenge at the time.
Yes.
So the question is, what do we do? So we have to look for sustainable measures to try to see how we could always get these people to school. Because for me, I just don't see another way if person with visual impairment in particular, or persons with disabilities in general, can go about life without education.
Yes.
For me, education is a leveler. Education is a leveler. The most sure, the best pathway I feel for persons with disabilities to be able to come out of the shackles of poverty, for me, is simply education. There could be other ways, but
that's like the number one.
That's like the number one.
Okay,
yeah.
That makes a lot of sense. And my boss, Barrister Melody, will always say that education is a leveler. When you said it, that is one of his favorite words, because a lot of times people act like persons with disabilities are liabilities, but education is a way to even change that.
Exactly.
That is a stereotype. Education is one way to change that. And now going back to what you said about the school, you mentioned the fact that the school on its own needs some things. Can you help us with some of the things that are like shortage in the school, some of the challenges that the school is facing itself? Or let's say special school generally, like some of the things or challenges that they might have that is quite different from the normal school, or if I should put it that way.
Yeah, I think now we're talking about the spike in the price of petrol because of the crisis and all of that. So the immediate thing would be that the school needs, like our school, for instance, used to have a bus.
Okay.
But it's been very challenging. Something's happened recently, and that bus is no longer, it's not been on the road for more than 2 years now.
Wow. That's a long time.
Also very importantly too, I think these whole special schools in Edo State needs a boarding facility, needs accommodation. That is a very pressing need. Something I think whether corporate organizations, whether government, just need to find a way around. Very seriously, the special schools in Edo State need boarding facility. It's very, very important, because pupils commuting to school every day, it's quite very risky. Very risky, especially for persons with visual impairment. We've had stories of where persons with visual impairment were either hit by a vehicle or fell into a drainage or something. You could imagine sometimes, we're about approaching the rainy season now. That makes it even more challenging. So, very importantly, and as a pressing need, the school needs accommodation, like a boarding facility.
Okay, well, I really wasn't referring to the accommodation and boarding facility now. I was talking more of like
materials we need in school.
Yes, like the school outside persons, outside the kids now, like the school itself. But then you made mention, before we go back to that, you made mention of the rainy season coming, and it just drew my mind back to a situation where some kids, I think a child drowned during the rainy season when they were coming back from school. It just shows more light to how this transportation, or a means of transporting for these kids, is very important, because these are special kids and they need them. But then I think we need to do more justice to that. Can you throw more light on the means of transportation or accommodation as a way to rectify the current challenges that have been faced as a means of this fare hike?
You know, I would not want to talk too much without preferring solutions.
Okay.
I'm thinking in my head while we're having this conversation that maybe in the short run, I'm thinking in the short term, the government should find a way to maybe talk to maybe all these public government-owned transport companies. I am aware those states, for instance, has a DO line. Yeah. Like those who are coming from other parts or very far distance. Maybe if they are able to show cause that they are persons with disability and they are pupils, maybe the government should be able to talk to all of these people if they could bring them down free of any cost. That's in the short term. In the long term, I'm thinking that persons with disability should have a disability identity card with which they can access government services, whether at very subsidized cost or free of cost completely. I don't think that's too much for the government to do. Because the question we always ask is, how many are we? How many are we? We are a very infinitesimal percentage of the entire population. So I'm thinking that the government this is something that they can do for persons with disability to assist. Or like it is, for instance, in Lagos, you are aware of the BRT buses. If a person with disability gets on the BRT buses, you are paying no dime. You're not paying a dime for getting on the BRT bus. So government should look at things like this to cushion the effect. For instance, I am a teacher and I'm a person with visual impairment. If transportation is taken away, if the cost of transportation is taken away from the money I have to spend from time to time, of course that will help me a lot, for instance, and other persons with visual impairment and disability too.
Okay, so we're going to come back to that, but right now we will be going on a very short break. We did an interviewing a couple of persons, including teachers and advocates for the disability community, to talk on this same matter on how the current fuel hike is affecting students with disability. So we're going to play it right now and we'll be right back. Thank you. With the recent fuel hike, we spoke to educators and disability advocates to understand its impact on students with disabilities, and here's what they had to say.
I am Chinemerem David Iwala, the chairman of Association of Technology Inclined Visually Impaired Persons of Nigeria, Edo State Chapter.
Good day, everybody. My name is Igudu Clara. I'm a teacher.
My name is Ignoma Yorobosa Timothy, a member of Nigeria Association for the Blind, Edo State Chapter, and the Edo SAC coordinator, NAB.
It's having a huge impact on them. You see, as a child with visual impairment, specifically, a child needs the assistance of the parents or a guardian, and that will require paying for two persons. So if they're supposed to pay 300 naira, for example, per person, 600 for two of them, it will now require maybe 500 naira for one person, making it 1,000. And now the parents will have to drop the child in school, go back. When the child closes from school, the parents will have to come back. So imagine how much the parents will have to pay to bring the child to school. The parents will go back, then come back again to pick that same child back home before going to wherever he or she is working. So it's a huge challenge. It's having so much effect on them. And my prayer is that this hiking fuel should not affect these children's academics.
Clearly, without even racking your brain, you will know that for persons with visual impairment, it's going to be an extra burden on their finances. Because these people are already strained. You already know there's just a natural price in the cost of transportation when you're commuting around town. And what makes it more interesting is that many of the people who come to school in Benin come from other parts of Edo State. There are some who come from the Edo Central part, there are some who come from Edo North, and you can imagine what it would be on the already strained finances of their parents, for instance. So for us as visually impaired persons, you will know that already, automatically, it's already an extra cost for us.
Thank you very much. We see these fuel increments are really affect a person with disability, most especially students. You see, for example, a parent is bringing his or her child to school now. He or she will first of all come with the child to school before going back. Coming back again in the afternoon to come and pick that same child. Where you normally take a vehicle before 200 naira, It's now 500 naira, 600 naira. And because of this now, most parents, to eat 3 square meals difficult, talk of affording those transport. The thing is really biting hard on the community, person with disability.
And by way of recommendation, I would suggest that just like it is in Lagos and other parts of the world, or you see all over the world, because of this increment in the price of petrol, for instance, many countries all over the world have been putting measures. So by way of recommendation, I would suggest that maybe for students or persons with disability, for maybe public buses, transportation should be totally free or subsidized for them. Or in the long run, we would like to ask that accommodation be provided for especially students. I think that is a very pressing need. It's been on for a while. We're trying to see how we could push that accommodation so that these people don't have to travel far to come to school on a daily basis.
Well, the way forward in all this is for the relevant authority to please look into boarding facility for persons with disability, so that the student will have a hostel where they can stay and learn effectively, so that the burden of coming from home will be reduced from the part of the parents, because many children they are at home because of no boarding facility.
These insights reflect the real challenges faced by the disability community, with students with disabilities being even more affected. This also highlights the need for a more inclusive and thoughtful support system. From the break, one common thing that everybody was saying is how a subsidized means of transportation, maybe with buses, should be made available for students, and also the need for accommodation to be made available for students with disabilities. And sir, we would want you to maybe in a few words, is there any other thing you'd like to add to the things that they've said already?
Nothing much to be added, but research has shown that there's a correlation between poverty and disability. And I would want to appeal to the conscience of well-meaning individuals and the government that somebody is already facing some kind of challenge because of a disability is enough. Now depriving that person of the chance of being educated becomes even worse. So please, we are appealing that on the basis of the price hike in petroleum products, no child should be denied a chance at getting educated. So all hands must be on deck to ensure that we'll find a way to cushion this effect that this hiking transportation price has on persons with disabilities. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. You've spoken very well throughout the session. And also, lastly, I would like to say that the main thing right now is providing, as I've said earlier, a means of accommodation and also a means of transportation. It is what we've been singing throughout today's session for students with disability. And as we're bringing this series to a close on the fuel hike and how it's affecting persons with disability, I would like to say that there is a need for us to put persons with disabilities in decisions that matter when it comes to fuel hike or every single economic decision that is being made in our country, as they are also a huge part of our society. And to wrap this up, I'll be saying again, Happy Workers' Day to all our workers across Nigeria, and remember, spot a each and be a voice. Thank you.
RTV, certainly the best.
Boys, you know what we want to do now. We are bringing upstairs. ITV, certainly the best. ITV, certainly the best.
In the evening of the initiation day, all the newly initiated Edion danced to the residents of the Odion Way and also visited some homes of the various senior elders, where Chief Elder Ogbede Onwonse was very conspicuous, especially at the country home of Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osaro Igbenedion with his family on the night of the initiation. On the following morning, as part of the rites to be performed by the newly initiated Edion in Okada town, the initiates, led by Chief Elder Ogbede Onwonse, visited the Esama of Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osaro Igbenedion, at his Okada country home residence to pay homage and appreciate him for all he has done in the development of the community, which has placed Okada in world map. They also thanked him for his role in the success of their ceremony. They commended the Esama of Benin as a custodian of Benin cultural heritage and for revitalizing the age-long tradition of the age-grade ceremony.
Almost everywhere. Yes, I want to get my wife.
ITV, certainly the best.
Blessings flow. Welcome to your favorite program, The Moment of Truth, brought to you by the Citadel Global Community Church, CGCC, formerly known as the Lateran Assembly. Today, all across the world, there are rumblings. Nations are plagued by perplexing situations. Societies are drowning in unprecedented upheavals. Cities are grappling with complex problems. Families are overwhelmed by seemingly insurmountable challenges, while multitudes in the valley of decision and people are in dire need of hope. At the same time, there is a stirring in the hearts of those who know their God and are said to do exploits, those who understand the times and the seasons and know what their nation ought to do, those with a compelling call to respond to the mandate of God in this decade. Brothers and sisters, this decade is a decade like no other. It's a decade of the designated favor of God upon his people. To accurately position ourselves for this current move of God and to be adequately equipped for the call of the hour, we must shape the decade by the word of God, which is why I'm so glad to welcome you to the Moment of Truth, a life-transforming time in the presence of God and under the influence and power of the Holy Spirit, as well as the Word of God. So invite your family, neighbors, and friends as you sit back, relax, and receive the engrafted Word of God, which is able to save your soul. Let me continue with part 2 of the message I preached here on Sunday, the 29th of August, titled, The Role of Personal Motive and Desire in Our Dialogue with God. The role of personal motive and desire in our dialogue with God. In part 1, I shared with you, among other things, 9 important prayer essentials out of 12. Today, I'd like to share the remaining 3. Would you like to know how I pray? Huh? It was when they saw Jesus praying that said, teach us to pray. He was getting results. But they wanted him to teach them as John the Baptist taught his disciples. So you can't carry over. Your prayer methodology is a carryover to today. Heart attack. If I talk to you as, what would you think has happened? Etí ẹ̀ ò di, elétí gbáròyé ni, èyí tó wí kẹ́lẹ́kẹ́lẹ́ tí ò jáde ó gbọ́, èyí tó rò, ó ti rò kó tó rò. Have you ever wondered why multitudes of prayers go unanswered by God, who makes such great promises to answer us when we pray? Stephanie, have you wondered? Have you prayed some prayer and you don't seem to get answers? And what do? You put it aside and then you start another one. Let me show you how easy it is to pray or even prophesy amiss. When the will of God in respect of a matter is not known, or when it is revealed and ignored by you. In Jeremiah chapter 29, verse 11 to 14, I'm warming up. I'll finish this today by God's grace by just making it so simple. I want your prayer to be like fish inside water. I want you to be able to do the natural in a supernatural manner and the supernatural in a natural manner. That's what prayer is supposed to be like. It's not this arduous task. Have you seen people conducting deliverance before? Come out! I don't like to give this example because they have outgrown it. Pastor Eke, you remember this example? I think it was you, Pastor Remy, Pastor Lumide. He was a tiny guy, you remember? And they were all over this girl. I was in my office. Come out! What's your name? I was going home and I opened the door. The girl, they were saying, come out. Just, I said, good evening, Pastor. I said, what's wrong? He said, nothing. I said, go home. Keep on saying. Pastor, will you be embarrassed if I tell this story? Don't be embarrassed because we are in it together. Someone needed deliverance. And I asked Pastor Ojo and himself, and they conducted the deliverance, right? And they brought him to me and said, we thank God, sir. He's okay. I look at the person and say, this one is okay. He's not okay. He's still full of demons. I said, okay. Spend your life casting out devils. What's your name? Then if that doesn't work, he said, ancestral curses. They want to call it ancestor. Did God not say, what is this proverb that you use in Israel? The fathers have eaten sour grape, the children's teeth are set on edge. I'm laying this proverb to rest. The soul of the father is mine. The soul of the son, it is the soul that sins that will die. But you are still looking for ancient devils and third and fourth generational curses because you do not know anything about 1,000 generational blessings. Somebody was about to lay the foundation of his house. The pastor came there with a gallon of oil. Now I'm going to see Dakiri and said, we are repossessing this land. I said, have you not read? I will never again cause the ground for man's sake. Why is it your own ground that is cursed? Jeremiah 29, thank you. 29:11. For I know the thoughts that I think toward you, says the Lord. Thoughts of peace and not of evil, to give you a future and a hope. King James Version says to give you an expected end. Because I know my thoughts towards you, then you will call upon me and go and pray to me, and I will listen to you. And you will seek me and find me when you search for me with all your heart. I'll be found by you, says the Lord, and I will bring you back from your captivity. I will gather you from all the nations and from all the places we have driven you, says the Lord. And I will bring you to the place from which I caused you to be carried away captive. Is this straightforward? I know the thoughts I think towards you. the thoughts of peace and not of evil, to give you an expected end. So why do you go to him to report evil? Because that's your prayer. That's the strongest. Oluwajo, Oluwagbami, Oluwajo, aye n ṣe mí. Ṣé òun ló ń ṣe ẹ́ ni? Now, if God had said, I know the thought I think towards you, the thoughts of peace and not of evil, to give you an expected end, and say, you come to me and pray to me, you find me when you search for me with all of your heart, and things are not lining up, don't you want to find out why? This promise is predicated on what he has said from verse 4 to 10. Jeremiah 29, 4 to 10. Thus says the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, to all who are carried away captive, who caused them to be carried away, whom have caused to be carried away from Jerusalem to Babylon. Build houses and dwell in them. Plant gardens and eat their fruit. Take wives and beget sons and daughters, and take the wives for your sons and give your daughters to husbands, so that they may bear sons and daughters, that you may be increased there and not diminished. And seek the peace of the city where I have caused you to be carried away captive, and pray to the Lord for it, for in its peace you will have peace. For thus says the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, do not let your prophets and your diviners who are in your midst deceive you, nor listen to your dreams which you cause to be dreamed. For they prophesy falsely to you in my name. I have not sent them, says the Lord. For thus says the Lord, after 70 years are completed at Babylon, I will visit you and perform my good word toward you and cause you to return to this place. So what's going to happen before 70 years? Just leave there. Do you understand me? He had made up his mind. So you're going to spend 70 years there. Do you know what happened to Moses when he tried to fast track God's agenda? It wasn't 400 years. It was just 40. There'll be another 40 years before the 400 years God spoke to Abraham. He decided to kill an Egyptian. How many could he kill? That's the problem we have in prayer. It's stated, spelled out, 70 years in Babylon. Build houses there. Give your sons wives to marry, your daughters husbands to marry. Do not diminish there. Seek the peace of the place. Why this Jeremiah 29? Because of Jeremiah 28. There was a false prophet. Thus said the Lord, in 2 years, the captivity will be over. It died that year. The struggle, the stress you bring upon yourself is because you have not found out what the will of God is in the matter. For clarity's sake today, I would like to build the last 3 prayer essentials on just one verse of Scripture. Matthew 7:7. That one verse of Scripture, I will camp around it to show you the last 3 prayer essentials. Now, once you have these tools, it's like driving a car. Did you drive yourself here today, or you were driven by your driver? But you know how to drive. Now that you know how to drive, shall we pray so that you can drive? Huh? We need to pray. Matthew chapter 7, verse number 7. Ready? Read. I can't hear you. Oto to about delency. Eva besi fell from. Baba wa ti Ọlọ́run wa. Ayé ráyé nínú àwọn ọ̀run. and it shall be given to you. Seek, and you will find. Knock, and it will be opened unto you. If it is this simple, why are you asking and not receiving? Why are you knocking or seeking and you're not finding? And why are you knocking and it's not being opened to you? Kilo letobai. You know, people really like to let you know they're praying. Mambrokata borokaka. Shakabula. Paul said, I speak in tongues more than you all, but I will use simple language that can be understood in the church. Say with me, ask, and you shall receive. Seek, you will find. And knock, the door shall be opened. Prayer essential number 10, asking God for things repeatedly or repetitiously in prayer without receiving an answer will only lead to weariness, discouragement, and frustration. Hence, the Lord warned us not to do such. Matthew chapter 6, 7-8. Matthew 6, 7-8. And when you pray, do not use vain repetitions. Look, I'll tell you, we are charismatics, aren't we? We are charismatics Pentecostal. And we don't read our prayer from a book. The Methodists read their own from a book. Oluwa shanu fún wa. Oya, Kristi shanu fún wa. Oluwa shanu fún wa. Baba wa tí ń bẹ ní ọ̀run. Kí ìjọba rẹ dé. Bí wọ́n ti ń ṣe ní ọ̀run. Dárí ẹ̀ṣẹ̀ wa jì wá. Má fà wá sínú ìdánwò. So you don't need to prepare. It's already written. And they're very, very straightforward. And God is answering them. I'm not mocking them. But we don't do that. You know what we have done? We have crammed our own. You listen to yourself over and over. You will see that you are using vain repetition. King of glory, Lord of lords, we just thank you for today. Alpha and Omega, there's no one like you. We bless your holy name today as we pray right now, as we gather together. You have said in your word, if you said it yesterday. You are not just paying attention. It's a broken record. You have mastered it. If you try to change gear because of someone said, scripture quote. Oh Lord, how long, Grammy? Matthew 6, 7-8. And when you pray, do not use vain repetitions as the heathen do. For they think they will be heard for their many words. Shokilo Belge. If you study a guy, the messenger and the message of God, he came to prophesy only one sentence. The Lord is with you. And immediately the spirits of leadership, the king, the governor, the high priest, their spirits were stirred up. And all he said is, the Lord is with you. If you were the person to call Lazarus from the dead, Kakabasata, Yarakabasata, ya. Shetigokuta, Yerek. I thank you because you have answered me. And I know you answer me always. I told you when I was laying this, that your prayer life must be sandwiched between the two. That's the boundary of your prayer life. You have been answered and you're about to be answered. There's nothing in between that should negate your prayer and I had to declare 30 days. I shall declare 30 days. You at all. Àmọ́ bí tójú ìjì ń pa wá, àmọ́ bí tí wọ́n ti ń jó wa. Béèrè lọ́wọ́ ẹni tó ń rọ̀jò. Ẹ má bínú o. Ìyá mi gbàdúrà fún mi kó tó kú ní ọ̀rọ̀ mi ò ní báyé nú o. Kò ní bí yín nú o. Ẹ gbà. Let's read further. Therefore, do not be like them. Why? For your Father knows the things you have need of before you ask Him. So is your prayer life a reminder or a memo to God not to forget? Ẹ dá mi lóhùn. Do not be like them, for your Father knows the things you have need of before you ask Him. So why is He asking you to ask then? That would be a legitimate question. Because He wants you to ask just for the Holy Spirit, that's all. Not for things. If you read that same passage in Matthew 7 and Luke 9, He said, how much more will your heavenly Father give the Holy Spirit to them that ask Him? Why? The Holy Spirit is the storekeeper. He's the one that knows what is in the mind of God. And He prays according to the will of God. He will reveal to you what the will of God is in that matter, instead of you declaring. We are not fasting because we want to know the will of God. We are fasting this week so that we can subdue our body and begin to marshal and execute the judgment that is written. To avoid that weariness and fatigue in our prayer life and to enjoy prompt answers to our prayers, we need to know what turns God on. Yeah, me Ashabi. I know when my mother's panegyric. Huh? Panegyrics. I'm just coming from school. Mama kule ọkọ mi láàárọ̀ lágbàbí èjì òun kéré òjòdúmọ̀lé láàárọ̀ gbígbà ó gbéjì èjì kọ èjì òrọ̀ èjì kọ èjì òde ó ń pé kíyàn má mọ̀ òun ọba wíkéjìdé ọba àfọ̀kírèṣẹ́ ó fẹ́ rán mi iṣẹ́ ni. There's a special assignment that you want to give to me. When you get home and you find an unusual meal cooked by Omo, something is about to happen. What is it that turns God on? What prayer did Noah pray when he came out of the ark? Tell me. He offered unto God a sacrifice. And God began to smell a soothing aroma. And without Noah offering any prayer, he said within his heart, I will not again curse the ground for man's sake. I'm not asking for offering. There's something that turns God on. Can I tell you? When you have it and you show up in His presence, He will answer you before you open your mouth. You want to know it? Are you sure? What do you think it is? I didn't say offering. I just gave that. What do you think it is that turns God on? Praise. Well, it has its place. Huh? Gratitude, obedience, Sherry. Before we finish now, it will be about 10 things. I said, what is one thing? Can I tell you? If I can't go beyond days, I will stop here. You want me to tell you? It's called favor. Huh? Pastor, it's called what? Eba mi pe. Mi o gbọ́. Do you know when you are favored, you don't exert unnecessary energy? Someone said an ounce of favor is of greater value than years of labor. What was it that separated David from his 7 other brothers? Favor. And you can't bribe God to favor you. So you must know what to do to earn his favor. Okay? Let's go into scripture. Acts of the Apostles, chapter 7, verse 44. I'll read to 46. Our fathers had the tabernacle of witness in the wilderness, as he appointed, instructing Moses to make it according to the pattern that he had seen, which our fathers, having received it in turn, also brought with Joshua into the land possessed by the Gentiles, whom God drove out before the face of our fathers until, I can't hear you, he kept on driving them out until what? Until the days of David, who found favor before God and asked to find a dwelling for the God of Jacob. Do you understand me? They were carrying it in the days of Moses. They carried it in the day of Joshua. Until David said, hey, wait a minute. I'm dwelling in a house of cedar. The ark of the covenant of the God of Israel is dwelling in tents. I will build God a house. God had to send Nathan back. Nathan had agreed. Because if you build an elegant place, our senior citizen will want to come and dedicate it for you. After all, Nathan will be the one preaching there. He said, build it quickly. Yeah. Why did God agree eventually for the house to be built? Because David found favor with him. Whenever you find favor, your request is not long. What an amazing time we just had in the presence of God. I hope you are richly blessed. My heartfelt desire is that you may light up your word with the illumination you have just received. May the immeasurable grace of God empower you to act on what you've heard and to walk in the revealed counsel of God. Always remember that it takes a transformed life to transform a family, a society, or a nation. So let God do his work in you so that he can do his work through you. And as you proceed on this journey of destiny, remember that our ultimate destination is God. I pray that God's footprint will become your pathway and that your path will be as a shining light that shines brighter and brighter to a perfect day. This message will continue next week by God's grace. Until then, remain sandwiched between the peace of God and the God of
ITV, certainly the best.
All right, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's another lovely Monday evening, and of course, it's my pleasure to have you join us on yet another amazing episode of your ultimate rendezvous for guys on television. And I'm talking the Guys Hangout Show on Independent Television, reaching you live from the city of Benin. Now, for starting yourself as a man, just so you'll be able to give out to everyone around you. The show comes up every Monday on this station. My name is Harry Aigboje, and of course, it's my pleasure to have you join me on this episode of the show. All right, now tonight we have a very interesting conversation, something that borders on trust trust issues. Now, a lot of times we hear people talk about trust, right? You know, some people accuse you of not trusting them enough. So the question we're asking tonight is trust automatic or is it earned? Yep, it's a very interesting topic, and it's something that I'm very sure a lot of you out there are going to find really, really interesting. Well, I'm not alone tonight. I've got two amazing people, two people who are really not new to matters of this nature. First of all, to my far left is someone that ran away, but he's back now. You know, I guess it's not unsafe to call him a prodigal son. Yeah, he's one of the founding fathers of the Guys Hangout Show, and it's always a pleasure to have him on the show. He goes by the name of Benedict Ochagu.
Yeah, thank you so much, Harry. I think prodigal will be a far-reaching word. Yeah, okay. But again, it feels good to be here this evening. It feels good, really, to be here. I've missed it here. I've missed the audience here on the Guys Hangout Show.
I've missed you as well.
Yeah, so sometimes it's just like that. We have to pay attention to more things, but sometimes you just have to have a blend, like a popular politician will say, "Inyendeba, inyendeba." So it feels good to be here, and it's a pleasure being here.
And of course, it's a pleasure to have you. And of course, seated next to him is someone else who, you know, has been away for a while, but he's back with us now, and he goes by the name of Osas Zabayo. Welcome on board, Osas.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's great being here again. Though the last time I was here was on radio.
Okay.
The first time I'll be joining the Guys Hangout.
What was your experience on radio, though?
Wonderful, amazing. Very, very interesting, because back then you can just have fun behind the...
Yeah, behind the camera. I mean, nobody's watching you.
I'm telling you, but it was very interesting. So.
Yeah, and I'm sure it's going to be just as interesting tonight. All right, so let's get right to the business of the day. It's actually a very interesting conversation that we have before us. Trust issues. Now, I'm sure you guys can relate to, you know, the debates, or should I say the talking points around trust and trust issues, right? It's not uncommon to hear people say, because you love them, you should automatically trust them. So the big question we're asking tonight is trust automatic or is it earned? Because some persons would like to believe that just because you love them, like I said, you should naturally trust them. They don't have to earn it. You should love, I mean, love shouldn't exist without trust. As a matter of fact, love and trust go hand in hand, right? According to people in that school of thought. Do you share that school of thought? Let me begin with you, Benedict. Do you think trust is something that should be earned, or it's something that is just automatic?
Well, for me, for the fact that it is the word trust, for me there is no line, there's no room for it being automatic, as long as it is the word trust. Okay. It is captured in the right sense of the fact that you have to earn it. There is something that happens over time. Even in trusting, you have to take your time to trust. You have to allow people earn the trust, like
prove themselves.
Yeah, like I said to somebody the other time, I told him that you were able to hurt me more than I deserve because I trusted you more than you deserve. Right? Yeah. People, when you trust people more than they deserve, the chances are that they might not really treasure that trust, and they might just give it away at any slightest chance. But when you allow people earn trust, they learn the skill of protecting it because they earned it. I advise that as a guy, you learn the art of protecting your space. And the word friend, I see a lot of persons that anybody around, just because you exchange the phone number with somebody, you say the person is your friend. The word friend is a very, very big word. And then you see some other persons, you meet somebody, just within the space of weeks, the person has known everything about you, your past, your present, and your future. That is for me recklessness. That is for me carelessness. And so when we are talking about trust, in my own perspective, I feel that people should earn the trust. People should really get a measure of trust, because sometimes trust is not holistic at the beginning. It goes from one layer to another. I can trust,
step by step.
yeah, I can trust you on certain things, but in another thing, I might not really. So because of that sequence that it takes, I feel it's something that people should earn.
All right, Zabi, what's your perspective to this? Do you think it's automatic? Do you think that people should be trusted simply on the basis of their relationship with you?
Okay, so for trust, there are two phases to it.
Okay.
If you want to live a very simple, easy life, safe life, let people in their trust. But if you want to go very far, like very, very far, remove any. Just trust your God.
Just bestow trust on people, irrespective of whether they earn it or not.
Because there's this certain adage about how before you allow people in, have a certain knowledge of what they can do and who they are and all that. But I believe that if you really want to, I'm trying to coin it, not to.
If you have to apply that rule to everyone, then you won't have anybody in your circle.
Thank you. In fact, that's the point I want to try and hit on, because if you want to be very safe and make everybody in their trust, like before this person comes into my space, before this person comes into my circle, I'm trying to see what this person can do, if he's going to hurt me, how he can hurt me. That is how trust is built, actually.
Yeah.
So in that particular moment, I'm trying to weigh and see how this person, his capabilities, his weak points, his anger issues. So at that moment, I understand everything there, I not trust the person. So in that phase, I know where to hurt the person or where the person can hurt me, and I'm trying to avoid all that. So trust, that is how trust builds, understanding and knowing people. That's why love is just a byproduct. Trust is a byproduct of love.
Okay.
Because when you love somebody,
you trust
just comes with it. It's just like one of the backpacks in love. So because you've known the person, you understand the person. But if you really want to go far, like most businessmen, entrepreneurs that go far, if you want to start banking on trust so much, you will not really go far. So
that's you taking it to the business angle.
Business angle, life angle, and all that. And in fact, relationship. There are most relationships that have started and this person throw trust out of the window, like let's just see how it goes. But there's, like I said, there are two ways about it. It might end well, it might not end well. If it ends well, it ends very well. But if it doesn't end well, it doesn't end very well.
Okay.
So most of the time, you might not be alive to see that it ends well.
Oh, okay.
But if it ends well, you're going to enjoy the ride. So that is one thing about trusting your guts. And then it's like you trusting yourself, trusting your gut, instead of relying on trusting the person. Now I trust myself. Do I want to do this? So that's how I see it, actually.
All right.
So there are two areas.
Fair enough. Benedict, Zadri's perspective sounds really realistic. He tends to look at it from a realistic point of view, whereby he's saying that, you know what, if you're going to judge everyone based on their level of, should I say, credibility, you might end up not having anyone in your circle. And of course, the area that he mentioned is one that we are very much familiar with. You are a businessman, so I'm very sure you can relate to that. So what's your take to it?
The thing is, I quite understand what Zabi is trying to say, but there are extreme for me to his submission, because when you're talking about, for example, you just love and he talked about trust being a byproduct of love. I quite disagree with that, because you can love somebody without trusting the person.
Is that possible?
It's possible.
Like you think it's practical?
It's possible. No,
okay, explain. Throw more light on that. Okay.
Yeah, you can, for example, I can meet a lady, and maybe because of how, on the basis of certain parameters, I can fall in love with her. For example, they say you fall in love, right? So, but that may not necessarily mean that I trust that she can do this, I can depend on her on this. That may not necessarily mean that I trust that she isn't cheating on me. In fact, the people that are so much in love are being cheated on most, because love has a way of blindfolding them from taking account of certain things. You understand? Even when the red flags, even when the traces of that is supposed to be checked, because this trust or lack of trust is checked for sometimes, especially for those in love, because this is the guys' hangout show. And I know there are a lot of, especially younger guys out there that they are butterflies, you know, the kind of butterfly love and all of that. So this might just be a knowledge for them that yes, you can love. For those who believe that you can fall in love, I know that with age, a lot of you will understand that you don't necessarily need to fall. You need to stand. But again, that is
that comes with experience.
With experience. So you can fall in love, you can love. But the fact that you love, for me, I believe that love should real love should be a byproduct of trust.
Okay.
Yes. Because the reason why we have problem in our generation, people jump into marriages, jump into things they don't understand without taking account elements that makes marriage work. And the elements that makes marriage love is not necessarily love. It is trust, it is respect,
okay,
right, and communication. Then if that is what makes marriage or relationship work, then it means that those things are as powerful as love itself.
Okay.
Right? So that is it. Then again, talking about the area where I agree with him in terms of business, because if you want to really do much in terms of business, you have to deal with people who are available. Sometimes you don't need to trust them. What you do, like he said, you trust your own girls. You create a system and trust your system. And so anybody you are bringing in works within that system. So you don't necessarily trust the individual, but you trust your system. Because if the person is this or that, the system will fish out the person. If we have been able to create a strong and dependable system for that. But even at that, when you are applying for the job, they will ask you to bring a reference, 2 references. And this person they ask you to bring are trust currencies.
Like guarantors.
Guarantors, yeah, that is the word, guarantors. These are trust currencies. And when they vet these persons that you are bringing, it is on the currency of these persons, because this person has been proven over time. They even give you specification that the person sometimes must be a director so and so place, or must be so and so, because it takes a level of pedigree to become a director there. So if that person can be a director, it means there is an element, there is an account of trust that he has earned over time. So on the basis, on his own currency, you are not being trusted. Not necessarily. So what I'm trying to say that even in that sphere, trust is still being earned, either directly or indirectly.
Okay, trust is being earned either directly or indirectly. Now, how does, this question goes to you, Zabi, how does trauma, psychological traumas, determine your level of trust for someone?
Of course. So when we talk about trauma, we deal with a lot of memories. In fact, it comes from memories, good, bad memories. So psychological traumas usually come from bad memories. So looking at where we are right now, Africa, Nigeria in particular, where therapists are not really very common. And there's no much publicity for persons to visit therapists and all that. So many persons are working with trauma, working with psychological issues that are left untreated, and they just take it from one relationship to another. So that's why you see in a relationship, a girl that has gone through a traumatic relationship, and then she's in another relationship. And then the new guy just comes in and does a dance step. The dance step triggers a memory that she has with the previous relationship of her with her ex having that same dance step.
Something as basic as a dance step.
Something as basic as a dance step, and then it triggers trauma. So this is where trauma has to be treated. So I think this is another campaign for treating trauma and mental issues. But if you're not properly healed from issues of maybe past issues that led to trauma, you're just going to continue. You're going to continue taking it to the next relationship and the next relationship. And then, if this, like I keep saying, every man has his flaws. In fact, every man has one side that he's struggling with. Even a pastor has something he's struggling with. Most persons will shy away from that. So, if you not see one particular flaw that is actually supposed to be common or normal, it becomes a trigger for you, and then you start saying, "Oh men." So that's why that's where the statement comes. All men are the same.
Men has come.
All men has come. All men are the same. And did you try all of them? No, it's just a few of them that you just saw the same issue, the same trend, and then not that they are totally bad. Just one particular flaw. Maybe Maybe this man doesn't does his shoe before he enters the house, and then the whole house is dirty. That triggers trauma. So I believe this area at least totally goes away from trust actually, because at that particular moment the person just does something with you, and then distrust comes in. Even if this is the best person for you, even if he treats you right, I think it's a popular artist says 99 good plus one bad makes you a bad person. So just that one bad, totally the distrust totally comes in, and then you forget the 99 times that you had good experience. Okay. So that is how trauma works, and I believe that you just have to increase campaign for mental health issues, treatment of traumas and all that, which is totally on the low in this side of the world.
Well, in case you just joined us, it is the Guys Hangout Show on Independence Television, and tonight we're taking a look at trust issues. Is trust earned or is it automatic? Now, I'd like to ask you this, Benedict. What do you think? Let's look at the patience factor. Okay, do you think patience is relevant in this discourse that has to do with trust and trust issues? Because a lot of times we tend to judge people before we even get to know them. So what role do you think patience plays in this?
Well, because I believe strongly that trust should be earned. And so I also have to prioritize and give a place of pride or a place of dominance to patience. Because if people will earn the trust, it means that I have to give them time to earn it. Right? So I have to give them time to earn the trust. And if I have to give them time, one element that is key is patience.
Okay.
Yeah, you have to give people time.
But the question is, how much time is enough time? If we are talking patience, if we are talking about giving people enough time to prove themselves, how much time do you think you could possibly give someone to prove themselves?
I think that is not cast on stone. Okay. It differs with individuals.
And it's based on discretion?
Yeah, on discretion and also with the person that you are dealing with. Okay. You might be lucky sometimes to find somebody who is great, a fast learner, who adjusts easily and all of that. But I think in building that trust, the first thing you look at is loyalty. Because until people are loyal to you, they cannot earn trust with you. Yeah, betrayal always comes with lack of loyalty. For example, if I'm working with Zabi and I am loyal to whatever we are doing, and I am loyal to the goal, the shared goals and everything, the chances are that I will not easily betray him because of loyalty. And then if, for example, I just have to start with the business aspect. And then if, for example, between a lady and a guy, if I am loyal to the lady, there's that level of loyalty, and she is also loyal to me, I think the chances are that over time, trust will be built fast.
Okay.
So that is why I say the first...
In other words, you're saying that loyalty builds trust.
Yeah, the loyalty actually is the first thing you look at. As you are building trust, you look at loyalty. Because if they don't show that sign of loyalty, the chances are that trust will be a scarce commodity in that relationship, whether a business relationship or a relationship between a man and a woman. So when we are talking about how much time is enough, it's not cast on stone like I said earlier, but patience. Because sometimes one of the things that life brings people to you to teach you is patience. There are some of us that are short fuse, for example. When God sees that you are short fuse and God sometimes wants to deal with that issue with you, He brings somebody who is so much, who is a lot around you. And then if you can manage that person, automatically you are not just making that person better. You will find out that over time you have become a better person.
Okay.
That is why you see that men that are married for 10 years, for example, after 10 years of marriage, single ladies always seem to be attracted to those men. Let me tell you why.
Why?
Yes, single ladies actually seem to be attracted to men that are married maybe after 10 years, after 15, 20 years.
Because they have an experience with women.
Single ladies actually, the reason is that when you make comparison between your single guy and this guy and the married man has learned patience with his wife. The married man has learned to take nonsense, that nonsense that your single guy does not take. This married man has learned the art of taking nonsense. He has learned the art of being patient, because his wife is a lot. They are trying to get ready to go to church. The wife woke up by 5 a.m. The man woke up by 6:30. He will still get ready before the wife and be waiting for the wife. They will quarrel for some time, but after some time, the man will just learn that this is woman for you. And for us to have peace and for us not to spoil our Sunday every day, I have to be patient. So naturally, the man will adjust and learn the art of patience in order to deal with his wife. And so with that, because of that, there is something that has shifted in the man, in as much as he has worked on a woman, but something again positive have also happened to the man. That is why you see that young ladies sometimes seem to, beyond the financial, because the older a man becomes, the older sometimes the more successful the man becomes. So young ladies, they also like successful. They are attracted to success, and then again there are traits.
Okay.
There are traits. For example, Zabi is married. The way those days when he was not married, when we rode together, the way he handled issue then, for example, when he arrived at the studio, he just called me that I'm here. And you could see from his voice there was no agitation, there was no tension, because over time he has learned patience. He has worked with a woman closely for a long time. So you can see a Zabi that is now patient, that is now enduring. So that is what it is, patience. Not really time bound, but again, just be patient. Over time, it can work.
Thank you so much. We're actually pressed for time right now. So as we begin to wrap up, I would like you to respond to this, Zabi. Betrayal. How does betrayal ruin trust?
Okay, so betrayal. How does it ruin trust?
Yes.
Okay. I already have something that I was already planning to say.
Okay.
But betrayal would always find a way to ruin trust. That I would not blame the person actually betraying. I would blame the person that actually trusted.
Really?
Yeah. So I think now let me now go back to what I was planning to say.
Okay.
Yeah. So in this life, I would advise don't trust anybody. Trusting somebody.
Now you are sounding like Tubaba.
I know you can't trust somebody. You have to trust someone. And give him to the person.
Okay.
The only person you should give that gun to is your spouse. The only person that can actually betray me right now is my spouse. That's it. Not my kids, not my parents. Nobody should be able to betray me, because when you're interacting and working with persons, you should always have
boundaries.
Not just boundaries. In fact, don't have boundaries, but always analyze everything you see and hear. Everything you take in, analyze it. There should always be, okay, if you're working with somebody, there should always be a plan B and then a plan C. There should always be contingency, because nobody should be trusted. If push comes to shove, everybody wants to save their head.
Sure.
So
it's every man for himself.
So save yourself from betrayals. I believe this is what is taught to most of these guys in the forces. You don't trust the next person standing next to you except your brother. You understand? So to avoid every form of betrayal, don't trust anybody. I believe we're all talking about trust.
Yeah, sure.
Don't trust anybody.
That's on the safe side, right?
The truth is that betrayal does a lot of damage to trust. In fact, sometimes it goes beyond the person that even betrayed you. But again, betrayal is also an important teacher, because it teaches you. Because like what Zabi was trying to say, I learned that very late. Because before somebody will betray you, there will be traces to it. People don't just wake up to betray. You will see disrespect. You will see traces. So analyze those traces and deal with it before it gets to the big
analyze
issues.
Those traces, deal with them, and ensure you tackle them before they become a monster that you have to start running helter-skelter in order to conquer. Well, it's been an amazing show tonight, and I want to say a very big thank you to my guests, Benedict Ochagu, and of course, Zabayo Osas. It's been a very interesting conversation, and I'm sure those of you out there that have been watching have been taking notes, because there's a whole lot to learn from what they've said so far. Now, should trust be given to people without earning it, or should it be earned? Well, I guess that's left for you to answer. My name is Harry Agboje, and until I come your way again, same time, same station next week, do the right thing, stay out of trouble, and have yourself a lovely night rest. Bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.
The new Edion expressed excitement as they danced and rejoiced before the Esama of Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawori Benedion, who also joined in the dance. As visiting and paying of homage to various homes of senior elders continued, the initiates spent 7 days performing diverse kinds of rites as required by tradition. They were furnished with rules and regulations regarding their new office as Edion.
That I grew up in this community to the point that they have now also chosen me as an elder in this community. It's a thing of great joy. All thanks to the Esama of Benin, my people, my family, everybody, all Okada community for this great honor. I am very, very grateful.
Well, this is my brother. I'll call him my uncle because he grew up with my father. I'm so proud of him because we are doing the same rituals as the Edions of the Okada. It is our duty for us to make this place a greater place, for outsiders to come and see the goodness of God in Okada. And I'm proud of every one of us here. So shall it be to each and every one of us in Jesus' name.
Odion ma Okada zima Esama zima dion Bona zima dion Obala zima dion Manawe Maari Esama dion na Limado Pom Esama Limado Beken Esama Ema Dio Warena Esama Magbekene Osaba Obuyo Bitone Aba no get Tony Maga not Yami Magame Manido Bekene Dena Ima Yafe Ima Ato Ima Agmo Aropa Udori Ima Dia Wogene all the Tiagboyano Emi Magame we need just to know me
in Esama in our father's house in respect of our initiation to elders Edion level. As tradition demands, we are here today to come and also pay homage to him, for him to also pray for long life and prosperity.
The climax after 7 days was paying of homage again to the Edion way, where he gave the initiate the full rights to function and to henceforth participate in meetings with Edion. It will go down in the history and minds of Okada community, Ovia people, Edo State, and Nigeria in general. The ambience, style, and the colorful ceremony associated with the 2025 initiation into the Edion Council of former Governor of Edo State, Chief Lucky Nosagari Benedion, his brothers Bright Ayamekwe Benedion, Honorable Charles Osenwige Benedion, Peter Osawori Benedion, Dr. Fred Osawuni Benedion, Barrister Mike Osane Benedion, Executive Director Operations, ITV and Radio, Chief Elder Gbedio Wonse, Honorable Efosa Douglas Igbenedion, Ukponwa Igbenedion, Osawe Igbenedion, Edosa Igbenedion, Dr. Daniel Omorige Igbenedion, as well as Agbong Steve Igbenedion, among other sons of Okada.
ITV, certainly the best.
Hello viewers, welcome to Viewpoint on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji. So today on Viewpoint, let's talk about the insecurity that has been affecting Nigeria as a country and how it affects our economy, our agricultural sector, and most importantly, our means of livelihood.
Security is the most important element if you are talking about whether state development or national development. No investment can thrive when there's no guaranteed security. And I don't think any economy can grow. I don't think any country can do well if the security architecture of that country is not such that it's able to arrest things that will make investors scared to put their investments in that very environment. And then on the issue of Donald Trump, some people say it's threatening Nigeria, but I don't think it's threatening Nigeria. The issues raised that led to Donald Trump and the Secretary of War of the United States wanting to come to Nigeria, those issues, are they real? Those are the questions to ask. The killings, are they real? Is there massacre of people, whether Christians or non-Christians? I don't believe that the people that are doing it, that they are Muslims, because I don't know that Islam does not encourage killings. So for them to think that they are on some mission for God in quotes, and nobody has been able to stop them. We have a country where the security agencies have not been able to curb these things for so many years. 8 years of Buhari is gone. We are post 2 years now into Tinubu administration. That's 10 years. And in a country like Nigeria, you still see where they will show you on video where people are being killed and buried. The question when some people talk, the question I always ask them is it because those that are affected are not directly related to it? So I think that the American government, coming out to say that if Nigeria cannot solve it, they want to come and solve it. I think it's a wake-up call on one, the president, who is the commander-in-chief of the armed forces, who is the chief security officer of Nigeria, to either do the needful and let every Nigerian feel protected within our country.
As of today, obviously insecurity has become a thing of concern for every Nigerian. And primarily, from our own research, I personally have realized that the insecurity is given birth to by Nigerians themselves, in line with the high rate of corruption in the system. Insecurity can only reduce when the corruption level is reduced. The primary cause of insecurity in our society is lack of consequences to crime. So if there are consequences, as we all know, the Nigerians are very good in abiding to laws when there is consequences to the crime they commit. So the Nigerians are very good in taking advantage of loopholes when there is no consequences to their crime. If you pay attention to Nigerians that are in diaspora today, you realize that 80% of them are very law-abiding over there. The primary reason for that is because in the Western world, the consequences to crime is non-negotiable. So, but coming back home today, we all have seen it, taking a negative toll on our society, and we all are, affected by it in one way or the other. Talking about foreign intervention to Nigeria, we all, I wouldn't say we all know, but for me, it is obviously clear that this was expected at a point. It's in two ways. One way is because of the applications of the current uh, federal government, the steps they are taking to boycott American. The country we are living in right now is a one-party system. And obviously, it's not healthy for the country. We see governors, everybody moving to APC today. So Nigeria is in the state of in the state of surgery. So we need a surgery at this point because a society that does not have a competitor is as good as doomed.
What I'm about to say right now is concerning the herdsmen that come to our community here. Those are rear cow. They normally come with their cow to eat people cross here in my community here. They used to come with their cow, instead of them to move along the road so that their cow will not eat grass from the road. They will take those cows to the people's farm in community. They will be eating their cross. Some will have cassava, some will have yam. Those cows will not destroy those cross in their farm. Many occasions, those people, they will come to me, started explaining what is going on in their farm concerning the herdsmen with their cow. We don't want such a thing from the community. The way they are damaging people crossing here in community is very bad. Also, in our secondary school in Umtekon here is very bad. There is no window in those schools, no door. There are some iron shed that those children are using to sit in the school. Some boys, we don't know them, they will go there, destroy those shed, pack those iron and bend it, fold it and take it to somewhere they will go and sell those iron. It's the iron that they are taking from the shed. They will remove the wool that the children will use supposed to write in school. Then we remove those one away from the shed. Then we fold the iron, take it away to go and sell it to wherever they want to sell it. We doesn't want such a thing in community. We are still pleading, we are begging so that they can also support us. It's supposed the school is well available for us. The school is well built. Those windows have been fixed. Those doors have been fixed. By the time those door or window are being locked, I believe that they can never go there and be stealing those iron share in school.
First and foremost, let me start with how it affects our livelihood. You will discover that when farmers can no longer access their farms, they can no longer cultivate crops, you find out that there is food shortage and there is food insecurity. People will be hungry and the few crops or agricultural products, the price will skyrocket, which will result in inflation. And if the prices of foodstuff increase, every other thing will increase to catch up with the prices of foodstuff. You'll find out that when there is insecurity, people can no longer travel. You find out that you see situations where buses are stopped and everybody is kidnapped. How will people do interstate and intercity economic matters or businesses? You find out that everyone is holed up in his own state or in his own city without being able to do cross-country businesses. And again, you find out that foreign investments run away from countries or places where there's insecurity. Where there's insecurity or fear of the unknown, money flies away. People start taking out their finances, their investments, and running away from that country. That is the problem Nigeria is facing, and it is not good for our economic development. And if need be, what stops us from asking for help? If your house is on fire and only you cannot quench the fire, will you not call in neighbors to help? I have spoken against his rhetoric before, but we should look beyond how he speaks. We all know Donald Trump, he will always be Trump. But we must look beyond that and see how we can be helped. Now, Donald Trump seems to have the list of people who are behind this mess that we are in, and so everyone is jittery. But Nigeria needs help, and if help is coming, we should accept it, so that these bandits, these headsmen can be driven away. We must not play politics with our security. If we need help, we should accept help.
Insecurity in Nigeria ranges between banditry, insurgency, kidnapping, and of course, these ethnic clashes. We cannot rule that one out. Also, the farmer herders herdsmen clashes, we can also rule it out. And the fact remains that this has been so predominant in the north and southeast of Nigeria. And I think of recent, we started experiencing kidnapping in the south. Before now, at the advent of the democratic system in this era, there was this militants in the south. But I think at the moment, what we are experiencing now, one can only say that there is other hidden agenda which is not visible to the understanding of the natural man, because we discovered that in the north, a lot of religious crisis, so to say, because we see the Christians are being killed almost on daily basis, churches are burnt, and of recent, the United States of America alerted us that there is, of course, genocide, the massacre of the Christians in Nigeria, of which we are not ignorant of that fact, because it has been always on the news. In Benue, in Plateau, of course, Nasarawa, Borno, Adamawa, where the Christian Association of Nigeria chairman of that state was also killed. I think as it stands, the effect is so devastating. For example, you are going to discover that, especially in the northern region, there's going to be restriction of movements, transportation. Of course, also in the south, because you cannot move so freely, because fear of being kidnapped is there, and this herdsmen issue, because like in our community of recent, we saw some of these people also creating some problem, resulting in killings, and of course, those things are likely to have adverse effects on our economy and of course in the movement of citizens.
Insecurity is affecting our culture, is affecting food production, short of food, short of yams. At the same time, years back, we see yams everywhere, plantains everywhere, and all that. So, if I may say, but Nigeria is a nation, country, and we also have stake. But since our government are proving the otherwise, what do you expect us to do? Everywhere is security. Mini city where we are, just the security, Fulani X-Men everywhere, Nitiala and all those terrorist group and all that. Not until they browned these bandits as terrorists, I think they won't do anything about it. And to a large extent, they're being funded by powers on high. At this point, Nigerians are helpless, and that's the gospel truth. We're helpless. The nation is on the standstill, nothing is working. Nothing at all is working. And so, if now our president is beginning to wake up and ask for assembly, it's the right call towards the right direction. They should wake up and do something. Because for too long, I think some persons are making profit out of this banditry and whatever is going on, this so-called Boko Haram and all that. How can you have in a nation, in a country that we are, Nigeria, our nation, we have no other country, whether we travel to America, wherever, we're still Nigerians. Just imagine, in this same nation, we have Sharia law. Does it make any sense? I will say we want Nigeria. It doesn't make any sense. I don't know if we are Nigerians anymore.
I don't know the right word to say. And I think the Northerners, it's high time they wake up to know we are Nigerians. We are one Nigeria, one nation. Nigeria is not for me alone, it's not for the North, it's not for the Igbos, it's not for the Yoruba, it's not for the Edos, it's not for the Shekiri or Jaws or whatever. It's for everybody. And when we wake up to that responsibility, I think and I believe Nigeria will go forward.
The security of life and property and the welfare of the citizenry is the primary obligation, the duty of the government as enshrined in our constitution, particularly under chapter 2, precisely section 14, subsection 2b, where it says that the government primary responsibility shall be to provide welfare of the citizens and security of lives and property. And that, be that as it may, it seems that our security issue has lingered for such a long time, that it begins to give some inferences, that people are beginning to infer that there's more to it. There are people who are cashing out on this, our insecurity, which shows that it's being politicized. There's more to it. But in my own honest view, I think that whatever challenge you have in this insecurity can squarely be handled and tackled by the government, except that they are having some cold feet, probably because of some of their interests or inordinate benefits they are getting from it. Otherwise, if they are set to tackle insecurity, who are these insurgents that you cannot suppress? But because there are political motives, there are selfish, objectives. There are people who are making it here and there. I mean, insecurity or kidnapping and banditry have come in the realms of billions now. They now ask people for ransom in billions, in hundreds of millions. So it has become very profitable to indulge in. So people have been encouraged to get into it because government has provided a veritable ground for it to fester. So now, I think that since Nigeria is a sovereign nation, foreign intervention cannot happen. America cannot invade Nigeria without incurring the wrath of the international community. But as a sovereign nation, your internal affairs are to be managed and handled by you and not to another nation. But America being the number one world police of all the nations, you don't expect them to fold their hands and watch the gory scenes that are flowing out from Nigeria every day, where people are being beheaded recklessly and ruthlessly, where people's lives have been turned upside down, people have been maimed and brutalized, people have been chased away from their ancestral homes, and nothing is being done, despite the amount of budget, huge, humongous money they've been budgeted for fighting insecurity. It ends up in private courts. And the kind of, when you fight a war that those who are fighting it are part of it, it becomes difficult to win. But most of the people fighting insurgency and insecurity are part of the problem. So that's why it becomes a problem. So I don't think that it is impossible for America to invade Nigeria. It has happened in the past.
We blame the federal government and the state government, not only Edo State. It's no more news. We are aware how the bandit came into Nigeria. I would not want to dwell on it too much. It affects the community, even the rural area. Farmers that are even farming on their own inside my farm. I have almost 50 laborers. Do you know if I didn't employ security people, that village would not have been going to farm at all? And yet we are not feeling the impact of either the state government or the federal government. This place is a bit fair. What of Benue and Plateau? the government should wake up.
For a very long time now, the issue of our insecurity, has been quite alarming. Yes, as a nation that is suffering insecurity, the economy of such a country is going to be stagnated. As a country is also seeking to grow our economy, it is also very important that investors from around the world are attracted to invest into the economy. And then let's also look at our citizens. If there's unrest regarding, if the liberty of the people is being threatened, there's no how people can go about their daily endeavors. Right now, it's also the present issue that farmers no longer go to their farms at will because of the issue of banditry, kidnapping, and all of that, which is a major problem in our current society. It is also to that effect that we as human rights activists within our own capacity are trying out to the government to ensure that the right security apparatus is being employed, and then that the government of the day is trying to focus more their energy is being channeled to address the issues of insecurity as the ultimate unrest in our nation. Well, with no reasons to dispute that Nigeria currently is going through insecurity, like you rightly said. But then, as a president of a country which we believe should also be inclined to international law, we see it as a disrespect, to Nigeria as a sovereign state. Yes, before we engage, there are rules of engagement. If Nigeria as a sovereign nation is in one way or the other having a bilateral agreement or a diplomatic agreement with the U.S., inviting the U.S. government to intervene in an issue, then it would be a different case. And then the reasons why I, as a person, which I'm also entitled to my opinion, will not support that effort is because the United States, when it comes to military intervention, has a very poor record, because we've seen instances of countries where they intervene and such countries were left in ruin, and Libya is a forceful example in Africa.
Amid insecurity that is currently affecting Nigeria as a country and its citizens, with different reactions from our respondents, who also called on the federal government to do the needful to boost the security of lives and properties of citizens. They also reacted and made reference to the intervention statement made by the United States of America's President Donald Trump, calling it a welcome development, and it should also be something that should be welcomed by the country. It is Viewpoint on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji.
ITV, certainly the best.
This is Anegbete community, situated in Isako Central Local Government Area of Edo State. It is an agrarian community with united people that promotes unity and oneness for peaceful coexistence. The inhabitants of the community migrated from Benin, the cradle of black civilization, a kingdom where king is truly king. The ancestors of Anegbete saw that age was the main determinant of leadership in the rural setting, and the eldest man in the settlement was regarded as the leader who presided over meetings, and his authority is held in high esteem. To further strengthen this unique system of leadership, age group evolved in Anegbete. In Anegbete, age group is categorized into two, that is, the common and the noble. Anegbete is rich in cultural heritage, as the community at noon saw the commitment of the festival with the first set rolled out in beauty colors to showcase their might and strength, indicating their feet and ready for the responsibilities behold on them. The streets in the community with a feed up of young men and women adorned with the festival. Later, the royal family takes the stage as their children fight out royally and work in the community to showcase their might and fitness.
Paternity fraud is the intentional misrepresentation of a child's biological father. This deception can have profound emotional, financial, and legal consequences for the man who was misled into believing he is the biological parent, the mother, and the child involved. It's one form of misattributed paternity or paternal discrepancy. Specifically, paternity fraud is the intentional misidentification of a child's biological father. Paternity fraud is distinct from other unintentional misattribution which may arise from simple error, an accident such as mix-up during fertility treatment or a sexual assault. Paternity fraud is a significant and growing concern in Nigeria, driven by societal pressures, infidelity, and increasing accessibility of DNA testing. Recent reports from DNA testing centers suggest that approximately 1 in 4 men who seek paternity tests discover they are not the biological fathers of their presumed children. Paternity fraud is a situation where a woman misleads or deceives a man into believing and accepting he is the biological father of a child. It is a rampant, growing, but underexploited issue in Nigeria with significant ethical, legal, and social consequences. Despite anecdotal evidence suggesting a high percentage of up to 40% in some private DNA testing centers, there is a critical research gap in empirical data and logical provision addressing paternity fraud. Existing family laws do not explicitly recognize paternity fraud, leading to inconsistent judicial outcomes and inadequate restitution, restitution for affected individuals. Cultural taboos connected to paternity testing further complicate the issue, as requesting a DNA test is often perceived as distrustful or disrespectful, challenging deeply held cultural values. This study examines the ethical dilemmas, legal gaps, cultural influences, and social impact of paternity fraud in Nigeria.
It's a welcome development. I don't have any issues with it at all. People don't just wake up and demand for DNA tests. It is based on circumstances and issues around relationship and trust. And that is why you see people coming up to say they want to be sure. We've had a whole lot of issues around paternity, both from the male angle and from the female angle. So we've had issues. And the only way you can draw finality or conclusion to it is when you ask for a DNA test. Now, the good thing about DNA test is that it is either 99% or 0%. So it's very easy to know that this is my child and this is not my child. Very easy. And I want to say that for me, I don't have any issues. I don't have any problem. I encourage it, particularly when there are doubts around the issue of birth. I don't see any reason if there are circumstances and you are demanding for paternity test. If there are no issues, then why are you afraid of it? You shouldn't be afraid when you know your hands are clean. So on the issue of breakages of marriages, of course it will happen. If it happened that it's negative or it's positive, I mean, and it happened that your suspicions are correct, certainly it will lead to either divorce or separation. Basically, I don't think that is a social problem at all, but it will also give you rest of mind to say, yes, either this is my child or not. We must begin to live faithfully with each other. I think that is it. If you know you are not faithful, also you should also know that you can be cut out. Basically, that there is a way we can identify and find out if you were faithful in your marriage. You know, all these things leads to succession as well, property rights and succession rights. So it is not just only paternity issues. It goes a long way when it comes to property devolution, as well as other areas of social issues that we must also look at. You do not want another person's child to inherit your property. So those are the things. You see, it's not something that just end up with the man and the woman. It goes further than that. And you will also recall that late MKO Abiola, before he died, insisted that the majority of his children should be tested. And that happens. And you all know the result of that test. A lot of those kids or a lot of those children were not his at all. And because of that, they were denied the right of property inheritance. You see, but of course, he would have done that probably when he was alive. So I don't see anything wrong with it. It should be encouraged in society, and it should be encouraged globally.
It has become a thing that people now practice it because of some reasons. Otherwise, before now, it's assumed that once a woman is pregnant and she's married, that pregnancy belongs to her husband, and eventually the child belongs to the husband. But within some circumstances that you now find that maybe the child is sick and the child is taken to the hospital, he needs blood transfusion, the blood does not rhyme with the supposed father and things like that. I think that's where the idea of doing DNA came about. And you and I know that it can be so disappointing that you are raising a child only for you to discover that that child is not yours. And to avoid all this, that's where they brought the idea of doing DNA. And also, when they want to travel out, well, there are also issues there. So you go to embassy with so much confidence, and at the end of the day, you find that the children you have taken to embassy to get visa, they are not yours. So it's really disheartening. But I want to advise my fellow women, let us be truthful to our husbands. If you know you can't stay with the man, instead of jumping around, just get out of the marriage so everybody knows that you are single. Instead of pretending to be married, and yet you are more of a single person. And at the end of the day, you bring other men's children for the man to take care of. And at the end of the day, there are issues. So instead of putting yourself in that disgraceful manner, just stay on your own, and they know that you are not married. And you can do whatever you want into your life. Nobody is going to ask you, why are you doing that? In every action, there are always consequences. So everybody should stick to what belongs to them, so that the children you have will know that they are yours and things like that. But even the men, they do it with recklessness, except when the man eventually dies. You see people coming from every angle that this man was my father and all that. And I think that is not healthy. So let us believe morally. God says, if do not fornicate. So, and you know the punishment of fornication. So let's just avoid it and be faithful to our partner.
Findings reveal that economic insecurity, societal pressure on women to bear children, and restricted access to affordable DNA testing contributes to the problem. Key causes of paternity fraud include marital infidelity and concealment. Women may hide that a child was conceived with someone other than their partner to avoid divorce or abandonment. This can also happen when a woman gets pregnant, probably for her ex. In order to save her marriage and family reputation, she will cleave to an unsuspecting innocent loving partner, especially when the wedding date has been fixed. It does happen when the woman's husband lives abroad for a greener pasture. Perhaps he stays out of the country for a couple of years and occasionally comes to visit once a year or once every 2 years to 5 years, leaving the woman lonely and vulnerable to temptations from other men. These ladies sometimes sleep with their house help or security guards. The brothers or best friend of the said man abroad may be lured into their net if they are not careful. Another factor is financial motivation. A desire to secure child maintenance, inheritance, or financial support from a financially stable man. Sometimes desperate ladies go a long way to tie the man of their dreams with pregnancy. They know fully well that the pregnancy does not belong to the said man. Due to the financial stability, they can get pregnant for any man of their choice to remain relevant in the scheme of things.
In our mother's days, they don't even know what is called DNA. Because when you are married, you are married. You live with your husband and your children. It's one family. There is no looking out. And if you look out, they have punishment for it, grave punishment for it. So that was like a standard control that our parents used to sustain friendship in marriage, to sustain respect in marriage, and to sustain oneness in marriage. But these days, it's so unfortunate that young people no more take marriage very seriously. No more take relationship very seriously. They no more take oneness of the family very seriously. And all our cultural and traditional effects of such misbehavior is no more in practice. So the best option is to go for DNA. And now we show anything that is not made by God may not be 100% correct. That is the truth about life. Anything that is not made by God is not 100% correct. So even the DNA, how we show is 100% correct. The person that is doing the test in the lab, any little mistake will give a bad name to a dog in order to hang it. So the way forward is that all those our cultural practices, traditional practices that are healthy should come back. We should effect it. What is important is your heart, your mind, your conscience before looking at deterrents from outside. In marriage, your heart, your mind, your conscience. This will guide you in order for you not to go astray, either as a man or as a woman. But when these virtues are lost, then we begin to call for DNA. Of course, that's the last resort that will solve the problem. If a woman is accused innocently, then the woman can confidently say, let's go for DNA. And that woman will be vindicated. That's the last resort for now that we have. People are ready to go and swear. Even if you say go and swear, people are ready to go and swear. After swear, they go and do other things to counter this swear.
If it is done sincerely, it brings sanity to preserve marital vow. And at the same time, if a man and a woman knows at the end of their journey, something will come suddenly like this, everybody will check his or herself. And the word integrity will prevail. Even nowadays, nobody cares. Nobody wants to know or care about integrity. And that is why sometimes, before you marry in those days, our parents want to know from which family do you want to marry. They go deep into it. If it's a family where you are hit and run, they will not allow. But a woman who has no manner or a man who cannot really preserve, go from one place to another, just bring in babies. And when you find out most of the children, they are sick, you don't need the cause. It's because Fanta face and Coca-Cola body. You find out the father is from another person, the mother is from another place. So how do we go about it? So it's in order to allow integrity to prevail in marriage, I think it is very good and better. And also people should always know that anything you do in secret will come up one day. So I think I personally encourage it. You don't start what you cannot end. When you don't want your house to be broken, we must allow the truth and the honesty. Where your marriage is tailored by your parents, they pay your dowry. Fine, you are being attached to yourselves. And you need to grow into yourself and then bring out children. That's what the Bible says. But the child you want to bring out, or children, are they from one source? They are not corn that you grown up under. So we pray that no broken home. But if the house is broken, you want to find out why. If you mess up your bed, how do you want to lie on it? I encourage it. So if anything comes, contrarily, you will find out if it is really not. I'm not talking about short course test. You do tests that is not a Yahoo test, retest, and whatever it comes out, fine. What brought this matter of DNA test is reality. Yeah, because sometimes hunger can kill faith. At the time that there is hunger in the land, a stupid person can just come and dash current of pounds or dollars, then you fall off, you derail like trail. So that is why it is good this should be done, and then it's a legacy they want to follow. Where for sincerity we are talking, and integrity will prevail. That's what prevails in a marriage. Sincerity, integrity is what we are talking. Now when you have this, you may not bother, but when, in order to be properly sure, go ahead doing it, so that you have rest assured, peradventure anything happens,
Social stigma and pressure, fear of stigma, pressure to produce children, or pressure from family to have a father figure present. In Nigeria today, some ladies, in order to save their marriage, go extra mile to bear children for their partners, sometimes due to cultural pressure of having a male child or just to have children. Some religious women sleep around with the heads of a religious organization to bear children. Some ordained pastors and imams, traditional worshippers, some working class women get intimate with their colleagues in their places of work just to have children or male child in order to save their marriages.
I am fully in support of that. In terms of this, our modern living, why I really say I support it is that a whole lot of men have trained children for other people, being that they don't even know if they are the actual fathers of the children. The kind of lifestyle most of our ladies live these days, I will encourage that the government should make it reasonably affordable for every man or every child to have his DNA done. The reason for me, again, is that if you know the DNA of your child or you know the paternity test of a child, it gives you an in-depth responsibility for you to cater and do what you expect to do for that particular child all through life. But when you don't do it, or when you are not able to do it, when you start seeing some traces of abnormal character emerging from a child, you start imagining, what is this one coming from? And when these things keep happening like this, you see that you will lose trust. And at the end of the day, the psychological effect is enormous. It can even derail the entire system, the entire system of the man or the family. So that is just one of it. We also know that it has so much negative effect in doing it, because sometimes there are certain stories that don't need to be told in the course of living. So I will say that we have some things, some people can manage a family. They may have some maybe limitations in terms of their production and all that from the men, and the woman tries to go out of her way to just to balance the entire house. And when she goes out of that way and gets the house balanced, perhaps bringing the child or something like that, and then the man eventually find out that this is not my child, it derails the man. For me, sometimes we allow it slide, but majorly it is better we call a spade. We iron things out and make things work. Let the man know if he's adopting, let him know he's adopting. If he's not adopting, let him know the state he is. I will stand with that. But that doesn't deter us from telling us that sometimes certain things have to be kept quiet for peace to reign, for the entire community to be at peace.
Marriage is built on trust. And when you talk about DNA is like a breakdown of trust. When there's no breakdown of trust, DNA won't come. The reason why DNA cannot be ruled out, because you are living with human beings. You cannot also rule out the issue of trust and distrust. So it is there to clear doubt. So DNA naturally should not be compulsory for everybody. DNA test should not be compulsory for everybody. It should not be optional. When there are issues of doubt, then DNA cannot clear that doubt of paternity questions. So the point I'm making is that DNA came to solve a particular situation where people had doubt on the paternity position of their kids. And we find out from results that most time the DNA prove 99.9% no paternity. So we have also found out that DNA comes out to say that paternity correct. So the point I'm making is that DNA should not be made compulsory by government. DNA should be the last resort to clear doubt when there are issues of trust. It's very important. Okay, so that's the reason why we encourage couple. This extramarital activity can actually lead to this issue of doubt. When there is trust in marriage, you've married your wife, you have cohabited and begin to raise children, the issue of DNA would never come up. Yes, but when there are this issue of cohabiting extramarital activities, you will discover that when there are issues, that will come in. Secondly, we have seen that, a child is sick, come and donate blood. And at the end of the day, the blood is not matching. What do we do? Then those are questions of that. So we have also seen situations. This guy was sick. The child, 5 years old, took the child to the hospital. The father was to donate blood. They tested the blood is not matching. It was questioning. And after the shout and all of what that comes through all of that, the woman also did a DNA and discovered that it was not also her. And when they now went back to where they discovered there was mistake from when the child was given birth to, they had mistakenly exchanged that child. And because the woman knew herself, the woman insisted and went through all the rigorous, and they were able to find those people who they gave birth same time in that same facility, and they find her own child. So the DNA naturally cannot be ruled out. There are issues of doubt that it has come to solve. So this is my position. Number one, it cannot now be a must that you just have your child go and do DNA. No, it will create doubt when such an accusation against the wife. After the result, such marriage can no longer be as it used to be, because there's already doubt, there's already breakdown of trust, and one of the power of marriage is trust. So we must ensure that this trust base is kept. It is only when the trust is no longer there, then the paternity test becomes very important.
Emotional relationship security. The intention to trap a partner, keep a relationship together, or create a two-parent household. This is where the woman picks on any man of her choice that she felt will be able to stand the test when she gets pregnant, not minding that she's already in a relationship with another man that she intends to get married to, or she's already a married woman living in her husband's house. This may not be the same for every woman, because we have most women in Nigeria that respect relationship and of course respect the tenets of marriage, irrespective of the pressure built upon by society and family to bear male children or still to have children. Other case is uncertainty and concealment. In case where the mother is unsure of the biological father, she may choose a partner to be the legal father. This goes for women with multiple sexual partners. They may not know the guy that got them pregnant. On realizing they are pregnant, they choose from the region of sexual partners, especially the one they feel is financially stable and responsible to be the father of the unborn child. Cultural factors. Pressure to have children, particularly male children, in some cultures can drive women to hide the true paternity. This can happen in a traditional setting when the line of succession must be maintained. In order to maintain the lineage of the throne, some women will go out of their way to bear a male child or children to maintain the rulership of the clan. The question that is somewhat difficult to answer is whether families should be encouraged to go for paternity tests when the children are born to prevent a foreseen heartache. To ensure clarity in raising a family, a man is sure of. Another nagging thought is how many Nigerians can afford the money to go for a paternity test. It's quite expensive, and an average Nigerian will not be able to foot the bill for a child paternity test, talk less of 2 or 3 children. With the high level of infidelity in Nigerian society today, how can a man secure his home without doubt, know for sure that the children he's fathering are his? There are causes and effects, actions and reactions are equal and opposite. Men, if you must travel out of the country, try everything within your power to take your wife along. After some months or years, let it not be for too long. Women, the choices you have to make as a mother goes a long way to affect the family. Maintain your dignity as a woman or a mother. Put your emotions in check no matter the pressure. Family members, do not put undue pressure on the husband or wife because of the absence of children in your son's marriage. Remember, be it male or female child, they are all gifts from God. Do not put yourself under undue pressure because you want a male child. Men have died of heartache or heart attack on realizing that the children they raised as their children were never theirs. Families shattered on finding out that though they grew up together, did everything together for a long time, were never of the same father. Look around families in Nigeria today, men are divided beyond recognition as the battle for paternity is tearing the fabric of the society apart. Trust dashed, love thrown out of the window, husbands and wives of dagger drawn, children confused on how to relate with the man they once called father. In all of this commotion, some men do not mind if the kid is theirs as long as they were the ones that the child gets to call father. Men have died of heartache or heart attack on realizing that the children they raised as their children were never theirs. Families shattered on finding out that though they grew up together, they did everything together for a long time were never of the same father. Look around families in Nigeria today. Men are divided beyond recognition as the battle for paternity is tearing the fabric of the society apart. Trust dashed, love thrown out of the window, husband and wives as dagger drawn, children confused on how to relate with the man they once called their father. In all of this commotion, some men do not mind if the kid is not theirs as long as they are the ones that the child gets to call father. Some families choose to bury such dark secrets to keep the family together by living with the pains of betrayal in each of their waking days. As for the ones that cannot take it, they head to court for divorce or return the bride price of the woman if the wedding was based on tradition. Look at that son or daughter of yours. Is he or she truly your blood as a father, as a mother? Look at him or her very well. Is he truly the son or daughter of your husband? That man you call father, is it truly your father? Don't you think it's better to go for paternity tests? Who's your daddy? Who's your dada? Who's your pappy? Don't you think as a child you need to know who your father is? Wilson Omasho reporting.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
A pleasure to have you join us on the program Healthy Living. My name is Precious Fortune, and today on the program we'll be talking about something quite interesting. We'll be talking about the topic hypertension. Yes, that is something we popularly refer to as low blood pressure. Now, I find this topic quite interesting because a lot of people do not even know about it. You know, we're so focused on high blood pressure, we get to talk about it all the time, and we don't even remember that there's something called low blood pressure, and it's equally dangerous, if not even more dangerous. So today we'll get to find out more about it, the causes, the effect, is it deadly, you know, and so much more on the program. So yes, I have a doctor here with me. Thankfully, he's going to, you know, give us more insight about this topic. I have Dr. Duke Udukru. Udukru. Good afternoon, doctor. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah.
How are you doing, sir?
I'm good, very fine.
Okay. So, doctor, I'll let you in on a little secret. Before now, growing up, I used to be very scared of hospitals, pharmacies, injection. I think a lot of persons are as well. But it's funny that I'm all grown up right now and I'm still scared of hospitals. But here's the crazy thing. I've never been scared of doctors. You know, I have this special admiration for doctors. I feel like you guys are doing a lot. You know, you're like some superhumans.
Thank God.
Thank you for making our time to join us.
You're welcome.
All right, so let's delve right into it. Doctor, could you tell us what exactly low blood pressure is? You know, what is low blood pressure and at what point does it become a concern? When does it move from low to abnormally dangerous to, you know, require medical attention?
All right, thank you so much. Firstly, let me mention the name again since you murdered my surname.
I'm so sorry about that.
The name is Dr. Duke Onoriode Udekru.
Udekru.
Yes, Senior Registrar, Department of Family Medicine, and the Public Relations Officer, Nigerian Medical Association, Edo State Branch. Your question is what low blood pressure is. Okay, I was told last week you guys discussed about high blood pressure or something like that.
Okay.
Yes, so yes, we have hypertension. I'll do more of explanation so everybody's carried along. We have hypertension, we have hypotension, which we're going to talk about today. And then in between, there's what we call normotension.
Okay.
Yes, in between there's what we call normotension. So the idea is for everyone to have normotension. If it's hypertension, it is dangerous. If it is hypotension, it is dangerous as well. Now, what is common actually is hypertension. And that is what we treat. Now, there are times the commonest cause, of course, one of the causes of hypertension itself is, of course, when we treat hypertension, you know, patients take drugs of hypertension. In the long run, they could have hypotension. The idea is for us to maintain normal blood pressure, which is the normotension. But before you know it, sometimes it happens that they now begin to have hypotension. So it means that's why most times as doctors, we like to titrate the medications we give because there's no specific dose of these BP drugs that you are giving.
Okay.
So it depends on how much hypertension is affecting the patient. So you want to titrate. So there are times that patient could still go down to hypertensive level. So at those times, that's the reason why, okay, I find this topic interesting. Because ordinarily, hypertension is not, it comes from some causes, but it's not something that people carry along in their daily lives.
Okay, so doctor, are you saying that these medications you give to these people is what leads to hypertension?
It is not only the medication.
Okay.
Now, let me give an illustration. You are taking a medication. The medication is expected to maintain, or to help the patient maintain a normal blood pressure.
Yeah.
But there are times, probably they take a higher dose, or they take too much of the medication. Probably the patient is patronizing this hospital, patronizing the other hospital, and the patient is taking all of them. Before I know it, instead of maintaining that normal blood pressure that we are targeting, it now starts going down. So at that point, of course, you want to hold on with those medications. The other causes have not defined the hypertension itself.
Okay, go ahead.
Of course, hypertension is when your blood pressure or someone's blood pressure is less than 90 degrees, 90 milliliters of mercury systolic. That's the upper part. You know, there are two parts when looking at the reading. So if it's less than 90 milliliters of mercury systolic over less than 60 milliliters of mercury diastolic, That's when you now see this person has hypotension.
Okay.
Now, we also have to look at other indices, like a patient comes around and maybe patient tells you my blood pressure is 86/54 or thereabout, and there is no symptom at all. The patient is just looking at you, patient is not feeling dizzy. It could just be normal for that patient.
Okay.
It could be normal. But if you have known the patient, normal blood pressure level before now, and you are getting something at that level, you could be worried whether the patient is symptomatic or not.
Okay.
Now, I will still go back so that you understand this better. I'll still go to hypertension again. You talk about hypertension, is anything above 140 systolic and above 90 diastolic.
Okay, doctor, you talked about hypertension as 90
over
and
60,
right?
Yes,
so
anything
what's
below
the
that.
normal figure?
That's what I'm going to.
Okay.
So when hypertension is 90/60, that's below 90/60, then hypertension is above 140/90. Anything in between is what we call normotension.
Okay, that's a normal one.
Do you understand now?
Yeah.
And so that's the target we want.
Okay.
For every patient or for every person.
All right, doctor.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so doctor, please tell us, who would you say is more prone to having low blood pressure? Does it happen to a particular gender, maybe a particular age range or something?
Okay. If you talk about age range, yes, I would say the elderly.
Okay.
Yes, the elderly are prone to hypertension. Of course, they are aged because of their physiological body system that is changing. And then, of course, well, these elderly, many of them already taking medication.
That could lead to it?
Yes,
okay.
That could lead to it. And like I mentioned, you're taking medication from several hospitals.
We do that a lot in Nigeria.
So that's why most times when I see my patients, I like to tell them, are you on certain medication? Okay, I like to see the medications you're already on. So it doesn't appear as though you have one at home, I'm not giving you another one. You now add it to what you're already taking.
This also means that when we get medications, we should at least get to know the names. People don't do
exactly.
that. Exactly.
Get to know the names, tell your doctor. In short, me, I like to see the drugs you're already taking. I want to see the dose, I want to see everything. Are there other causes of, you're asking about the causes of hypertension, right?
Okay.
Okay, so other causes could be dehydration.
Okay.
How does dehydration come about? It could come about, it can come through, for instance, frequent stooling. From frequent, watery stool, let me put it that way. The patient that is losing so much of water through watery stool tends to have dehydration that could lead to hypotension. Even blood loss is another cause of hypotension.
Okay.
These are the common ones that you see around. Other ones, medication I've mentioned before, they could lead to hypotension.
Okay, we talked about people who are more prone to having it earlier.
Yes, I said
you mentioned the elderly people.
Yes.
What I want to know is, what if someone is younger? Is it possible for someone, maybe a teenager, someone within 20, and all of that to have it?
Of course, like I mentioned, anybody can have blood loss.
Okay.
When anyone loses blood or has diarrhea,
and
there is dehydration, massive blood loss, of course that person is prone. His volume, we're talking about volume loss. Do you get? Once there is loss of, volume in the body system, of course the pressure drops.
Okay.
So anybody can actually have it. The commonest is, of course, you see that commonly in adults, in elderly.
Elderly people. Yeah. All right, doctor, tell us, what are the symptoms of low blood pressure? What would you see that would make you know that, oh, this could possibly be low blood pressure and there is need for you to go see a doctor? Okay,
the symptoms of low blood pressure could have dizziness, a very, very common symptom. One who has low blood pressure could be confused. And, dizziness, confusion, some other features include cold and clamming extremities. You touch the person's palm, it's so cold.
It's quite cold.
But that does not mean that when you touch anybody's palm this very season, you just assume that the person is having hypertension.
Okay.
But you just see that the extremities are cold. You know that this person has a hypertension. Of course, you also look at what is even causing it. If it's from blood loss, you look at other things, the features, the person's heart start beating very fast too.
Okay.
In short, if there's hypotension, sometimes we see this patient experiencing palpitation.
Okay.
Because the
Doctor.
heart is trying to beat faster to meet the metabolic needs of the body. So the heart starts beating very fast.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, doctor, tell me, for someone who is feeling really dizzy, you know, you stand up and it's like you want to fall, you're feeling lightheaded.
Okay.
At that point, would you say that, or what exactly would you ask the person to do immediately? Because in Nigeria, we tend to run to get malt and milk. I don't know if that is a myth. A lot of people think malt and milk give blood and all that. So what would you advise somebody who stands up, the person is feeling all lightheaded and all of that to do immediately?
Yeah, of course, that's why we are doctors.
Okay.
For citizens generally, once they see things like this, it's malt and milk, because I understand.
I do that.
But for us as doctors,
yes,
you know, when you come to the hospital, oh, yeah, I have headache. I have to know why you're having the headache.
Okay.
Do you get? So I can target that cause of the root cause of the headache, what I'm going to treat. So I see someone who has dizziness, for instance. I won't just rush to malt and milk like you do. I will not run to malt and milk. Yes, I would want to know why this person is having this dizziness.
Okay.
Yeah, it could be this hypertension we're talking about. So I want to find out if it is the hypertension. Of course, before me is the vital signs of the patient. So if it is clear from the vitals that it is the cause, of course, I will do what I need to do.
Okay, so you're saying if the person is at home and this starts, what should they do immediately? Should they rush to the hospital?
Yes, of course, rush to the hospital. Then if it's over the phone, you call me, I'm feeling dizzy. I'm also going to ask, have you eaten?
Okay, hunger.
Have you eaten? So if it's about food, I could say, okay, get something to eat. For a woman, is your menstrual flow? Of course, I mentioned bleeding.
Yes.
The menstrual flow is very heavy. Have you been witnessing very heavy menstrual flow? You know, it could cause it. So I can tell the patient, please come around.
Okay.
So once I perceive that there is one serious cause of this dizziness, emergency, please come around.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, doctor, I'd like to know, is low blood pressure genetic? Because I think I watched something online one time where someone was talking about hypertension, and he said his mother was hypertensive, his grandmother was hypertensive, and then he as well became hypertensive. So is it the same for hypertension?
Well, not really.
Okay.
Not, however, you could just see some persons, like I mentioned, blood pressure of 90/60 below, we can say is a hypertension. That's the definition.
Okay.
But there are some persons, theirs could be persistently lower than 90/60. And in the family, that's how their own blood pressure is. So you could just regard that as being normal.
Normal.
Do you get? So you could say, well, to some extent, but I wouldn't say, but you see this a lot too.
Okay.
So from the books and for the definition, 90/60 below is hypertension.
Hypertension. Okay, doctor, let us know, are there different types of hypertension?
Well, there are.
Okay.
There are. It could be from volume loss.
Okay.
It could be from, you know, shock itself. Like from, those ones are very big stuff that, okay, someone has an accident now. And has fracture. I mean, what do you call spinal injury? So it could lead to hypertension.
Okay.
Do you get? The blood pressure could drop. You know what I'm saying? So, but the common one we see, the volume loss and all that. You know. Then, what will I say again? The drugs that we give. Will I say type of hypertension?
Does it lead to?
Yes. Because there are drugs you give that could dilate the blood vessels.
Okay.
So.
All right, viewers, we'll go on a very short break, and when we come back, we'll have our doctor here, you know, tell us more how we're going to prevent all of this. Now, I would suggest that you stay glued to your screen, because you never can tell when this kind of information would come in handy and all of that. So please stay with us. We'll be right back. Thank you for rejoining us on the program, Healthy Living. Yes, we're still talking about hypertension, low blood pressure, and we've had our doctor here, tell us a lot about low blood pressure. So the very last question before we wrap things up, doctor, tell us, what advice would you give to someone having low blood pressure? Are there preventive measures? Are there natural remedies that one could do before coming to the hospital?
All right, thank you. For the elderly, who are most, like I mentioned, are very, very prone to hypertension, because there is what we also call orthostatic hypotension. For this elderly, if they are standing up from sitting or lying position, you should do it gradually.
Okay.
You don't just sit up, immediately, so you could fall. And then if one is already having it, like you feel you're feeling dizzy and all that, you quickly lie down before you fall down. Quickly lie down, or you could sit down so you don't fall. And then again, for women who see their period, and periods are very heavy, for them it's good to take what we call hematinics if their period is so heavy. You take hematinics, see your doctor, and then you check your PCV. If it's low, we know what to do. Children, for instance, who are having diarrhea, mothers now, you also have to rehydrate them. As they are losing water, you are rehydrating. Even the elderly, you also rehydrate. Because if there is blood loss, you give. You have to prevent it, injuries and all that. So these are some of the things you do. And then for the drugs they take, if you are taking your BP medication, and
okay, Doc, I might have to cut you short at this point because we need to round off. Thank you so much, Doc, and our viewers, thank you so much for staying with us up until this time. I hope you've learned a whole lot. I would say health is wealth, so you need to take care of your health regardless of anything. So we'll see you same time and of course next week. Thank you and bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.
The Ugewe is the final ceremony of the series of festivals. It is one of peace and lightheartedness, following the more solemn of the ritual year. Ugewe is the festival of the Ewe leaves, a symbol of good luck and joy. It is the most popular of all that heralds the dawn of a Benin New Year, new vow, newness of life and freshness of life, and a new hope for the future. In the evening, the Ewe leaves are presented to the Oba of Benin in grand style in a colorful ceremony. The Ihogbe Society, amidst singing and dancing, bring the sacred leaves that symbolize good luck, blessings, peace, and prosperity. Each of the senior members of the Ihogbe proceeds to give the sacred leaves directly to the Oba of Benin, and others put theirs at his feet.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
It is my delight, as always, to have you every Sunday like this on the program News Review. I am Deborah Iviogbe from thanking you so much for joining us on the program. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu during the week under review called on community leaders from Plateau State to reflect on their roles in the recurring violence in the state, warning that sustainable peace will remain elusive unless leadership accountability is taken seriously. The president spoke at a meeting with political, traditional, and religious leaders, including the state governor, former governors, lawmakers, security figures, and youth representatives at the presidential villa, Abuja.
This meeting, which lasted about 3 hours, was convened following recent violence in Angwan Rukuba in Jos North local government area of Plateau State. It brought together key stakeholders at the State House. Speaking, President Bola Tinubu urged the stakeholders to return home with a renewed commitment to peace, stressing the need to confront the root causes of the state's long-standing crisis, including ethnicity, religious, indigenous settler tension, and farmer herders clashes. President Tinubu, who spoke bluntly, challenged the delegation to revisit previous government white paper on security crisis in the state and come up with actionable recommendations for implementation. He also urged the governor to identify and expose those he described as agents of provocation to face the full wrath of the law.
Go and search for it, look for it, resolve any additional steps that you want the government to take. And if you identify and you know the name of troublemakers, agent provocateurs, who want to continue killing or instigate killing, let us know. We use the instrument of office to deal with them.
Speaker after speaker at the meeting acknowledged the underlying tension, fueling unrest in the state, and pledged renewed commitment to peace and unity across religious and ethnic divide. Announcing a humanitarian intervention, the Minister of Humanitarian Affairs and Poverty Alleviation, Dr. Mohamed Doro, disclosed that the federal government has approved 2 billion naira in relief support for victims of the March 29th attack in Angwan Rukuba. Governor Mutfwang, in his remark, described the meeting as a turning point in peace effort, noting that it was the first time all former governors of the state had met in such forum. He pledged the commitment of Plateau leaders to work collectively towards lasting peace and socio-economic recovery. From the Aso Rock Presidential Villa, Abuja, I'm Ikaro Atta, ITV News.
The First Lady, Oluremi Tinubu, last week inaugurated a new federal initiative aimed at transforming the country's vast pool of ideas into tangible economic values. The inauguration, which took place in Kano, was part of efforts to drive growth, create jobs, and global competitiveness.
Speaking at the unveiling of the program, First Lady Oluremi Tinubu says Nigeria remains rich in creativity, with key ideas emerging daily from universities, innovation hubs, and its energetic youth population. However, she noted that many of these ideas fail to translate into real-world solutions due to systemic challenges common in emerging economies. The First Lady says Nigerians innovators continue to excel globally, particularly in sectors such as fintech and enterprise, demonstrating what is possible when innovation is matched with opportunities. She stressed the need to bridge the gap by creating an enabling environment where ideas are supported, talent is nurtured, and innovation is allowed to thrive. According to her, the federal government is now focused on driving productivity and growth by effectively commercializing research output and innovation across all sectors and regions of the country.
In our universities, innovation hubs, and among our energetic youth, great ideas are being born every day. Still, many of these ideas do not become real-world solutions. This is not because the ideas are not good enough, but largely due to the challenges common to emerging economies. Despite such limitations, Nigeria innovators still stand tall globally.
She particularly emphasized inclusivity, calling for greater participation of women and young people in innovation ecosystem, noting that widespread idea development across society will lead to more jobs, stronger families, and enhanced national security. The initiative, described as a strategic intervention, signals Nigeria's shift from an economy reliant on exporting raw materials to one that builds, funds, and scale home growth innovation for national development. Ikaro Atta, ITV News.
Nigerian workers during week on their review joined their counterparts across the world to mark May Day. A team of reporters say the celebration across Nigeria was characterized by fear of rising insecurity, deepening poverty, and persistent inflation, which has continued to erode the value of labor and dignity of work.
Samuel Ogbemudia Stadium in Benin State came alive with color and solidarity as workers across Edo State gathered to commemorate this year's Workers' Day. Under the coordination of the Nigerian Labour Congress and the Trade Union Congress of Nigeria, the event brought together public and private sector workers in a unified call for better working conditions. Highlight of the celebration was a colorful march past, discipline formations, display of banners and placards that echoed their demands and aspirations. Some workers and other stakeholders described May Day as more than a celebration, but a moment of reflection and advocacy.
We are gathered here from all the 19 branches en masse, not just to come and complain, but to come and say thank you. To want to say thank you to Mr. Governor.
We are still appealing to the state government to lift the ban on revenue collection and let our people go back to feed.
Governor is working and is doing everything possible to make life easy for them. So that you give him the necessary support.
What governor is doing in Edo State is please everybody. It makes the whole workers happy. The government of Senator Mondo Ukpebholo is poised to make a difference. All the workers in Edo State should be rest assured that they are going to enjoy the dividend of service.
As other workers mark and celebrate Workers' Day in Benin State, some SO workers called for improved remuneration and better work conditions.
So as we mark Labor Day, I want to use this forum to appeal to relevant stakeholders to ensure that they look into the plight of essential workers. Give them good salaries and remuneration.
Workers in Edo State are in high spirit at the Samuel Ogbemudia Stadium venue of this year's celebration of Workers' Day. From Samuel Ogbemudia Stadium here in Benin City,
I hand over to my colleague, Agboje Ikoria, in Lagos State.
In celebration of this year's May Day, the Lagos State government has announced an additional 50,000 naira to May salary for workers in its employment across all cadre. Governor Baji Sonlu, represented by the Deputy Governor Dr. Obafemi Hamzat, announced this during the Workers' Day celebration at the Mobolaji Johnson Arena at Onikon, with a call on workers to reciprocate the gesture with improved outputs.
We know that prices of fuel are rising. We know we did not cause the war in Iran, but we are feeling it. So this government has made the decision, but for this May, there will be additional 50,000 naira for every worker in Lagos State.
In her speech, the Nigerian Labour Congress Lagos State Council Chairman, Comrade Fumi Sexy, commended Sanwo-Olu's administration for the huge investment in infrastructure and harped on urgent need for policy to protect workers and promote inclusive growth, while advocating increase of state minimum wage from 85,000 naira to 250,000 naira.
The inflation figure is now 15.38%. This is the first time in recent months that we are experiencing a rapid rise in inflation.
These workers are not just here for a match pass competition. They are also here to make some demands for better welfare for the Nigerian workforce.
For more on the May Day celebration, I hand over to Abdul Ibrahim in Kano.
Workers in Kano State joins millions across the world to celebrate the 2026 Workers' Day, with the Governor Abakabir Yusuf reaffirming his administration's commitment to the welfare of civil servants and a stronger collaboration with the organized labor. Addressing workers during the celebration in Kano, the Kano State Governor said his administration remains focused on improving salaries, staff welfare, and creating a productive working environment. In his response, the Nigerian Labour Congress Kano State Chairman Comrade Kabiru Inuwa commended the government for its effort in carrying out the demand and interests of workers, while urging continued dialogue and support for labor unions.
And aspirations of the working class and selfless service to humanity. Here in Kano, I must say, it reminds us that our workforce remains the engine room of governance and development.
On this International Workers' Day, we salute you and recommit to defending your right and protecting your dignity. We celebrate the gains we have seen under the leadership of His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Kano State.
For more updates on the Workers' Day, I now hand over to my colleague Umar Mohammed from Kaduna State.
More than 3,000 civil servants under the umbrella of the Trade Union Congress and the Nigerian Labour Congress gathered at Murtala Muhammad Square in Kaduna to celebrate the 2026 Workers' Day. Speaking at the occasion, Kaduna State Governor Senator Ubasani congratulated the workforce on the celebration, describing the relationship between the state government and civil servants over the past 3 years as cordial and productive.
The workers are not instrument of policy, but partners in progress. This belief has shared our approach to governance, one rooted in dialogue, mutual respect, and inclusion.
The Kaduna State Chairman of the Nigerian Labour Congress, Comrade Ayuba Suleiman, described this year's theme, Insecurity and Poverty, the Bane of Decent Work, as timely given the current challenges affecting workers' productivity.
Are we saved in Comrade Governor, sir? In these 3 years, has His Excellency sacked one person? No! So, sir, we are safe in your heart.
From Kaduna, Umar Mohammed, ITV News.
Still on Workers' Day celebration, we reported during week on Jar Review that the state government said it has constituted a high-powered committee to review issues surrounding the compulsory pension scheme, assuring that governance must be measured by impact, not promises, in building a more prosperous Edo State. Governor Monday Okpebolo made the commitment during the commemoration of the 2026 International Workers' Day celebration held at the Samuel Ogbamudia Stadium in Benin City.
The 2026 International Workers' Day celebration in Edo State provided another opportunity to honor teachers, health workers, civil servants, journalists, transport unions and others who form the backbone of the state's economy. The celebration, according to Governor Monday Okpebholo, who was represented by his deputy, Right Honorable Dennis Idahosa, served to reassure workers that their welfare remains the administration's top priority. He stated that while security remains the foundation of productivity, the administration places premium on programs and policies aimed at enhancing workers' welfare.
My dear workers, this administration believes governance must be measured by impact, not promises. We will continue to work with labor in mutual respect and good faith as we build a stronger, safer and more prosperous Edo State.
Chairman of the Nigeria Labour Congress, NLC, Edo State, Comrade Bernard Joman Egwakide, and his counterpart from the Trade Union Congress, TUC, Edo State, Comrade Joseph Wasa, called for the resolution of issues surrounding the contributory pension scheme.
Edo State has enjoyed 1 year of sustained industrial peace due to your support for the Congress and the workers. We assure you of continued cooperation. The fundamental question is this: can Nigerian workers truly have a sense of pride and engagement in public life amidst insecurity and poverty?
Edo State Commissioner for Labour and Productivity, Honorable Godwin Esheshi, commended Governor Monday Okpebholo for the mass recruitment of eligible Edo indigenes into the civil and public service.
I want to assure us of our firm commitment to the vision and goals of this administration.
The 2026 Workers' Day celebration, themed Insecurity and Poverty, Bane of Decent Work, featured a ceremonial march past by the NLC, TUC, NUJ and other affiliates of the organized labor in the state. From Benin, Kingsley Uchebu, ITV News.
The member representing Ovia Federal Constituency, Right Honorable Omosede Gabriela Igbenejun, in the week in retrospect celebrated Nigerian workers on the occasion of Workers' Day, paying tribute to their resilience, diligence and unwavering commitment to national development. In a statement, the federal lawmaker said the progress of any nation is anchored on the strengths and productivity of its workforce, commending workers across all sectors for their sacrifices and contributions even in challenging times. She emphasized that their dedication continues to drive growth and sustain the nation's economy. Right Honorable Omosede reaffirmed her commitment to supporting policies and initiatives that prioritize workers' welfare, promote decent working conditions, and create opportunities for sustainable livelihood within Ovia Federal Constituency and beyond. Operations across Nigeria's federal universities and inter-university centers are facing major disruption as non-academic staff began a nationwide strike on Friday last week. A joint action committee of the Non-Academic Staff Union of Educational and Associated Institutions and the Senior Staff Association of Nigerian Universities confirms that the industrial action commenced at midnight on May 1st, 2026. In a letter dated April 30 and addressed to the Minister of Education, the unions said the decision follows the federal government's failure to conclude ongoing negotiations and present a new offer on allowances. The letter jointly signed by NASU General Secretary Peter Adeyemi and SANU President Mohammed Ibrahim was that the strike could significantly affect administrative and support services across federal tertiary institutions. Students and academic activities are expected to feel the impact as key non-teaching operations come to a halt nationwide. Now moving on, the People's Democratic Party, PDP, said during a week under review that the Supreme Court judgment of April 30 only nullified the Ibadan Convention and did not uphold any suspension of expulsion of the National Secretary, Senator Samuel Anyang, or any party member, contrary to claims by some stakeholders. The National Publicity Secretary of the party stated this at a press briefing on Friday in Abuja. He said the parties dismissed claims of leadership crisis, insisting that recent court rulings have been misinterpreted to mislead the public.
While briefing journalists on what he described as the misinterpretation of the Supreme Court judgment, the National Publicity Secretary of the PDP, Haruna Jingudu, explains that the ruling did not address issues of suspension or expulsion at either the lower court or the apex court, stressing that there was no mention of such action throughout the judgment. Jingudu further maintains that there was never a vacuum in the party's leadership, adding that the positions of Abdurrahman and Anyang remain recognized by the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC. He stresses that the Ibadan Convention was completely voided by the Supreme Court.
Let it be clear and unambiguous that the Supreme Court judgment of yesterday only nullified the illegal Ibadan Convention and dismissed the appeal filed by Turaki-led purported National Working Committee for lacking in merit. This remains the sole substance of the judgment. Contrary to the false narrative being circulated, the judgment did not uphold any suspension or expulsion of any officer of the party.
On the role of the Board of Trustees, the PDP spokesman notes that the party's constitution does not provide for the BOT to assume the responsibility of the National Working Committee. He also cautions former Senate President Adolphus Wabara against making statements on behalf of the PDP.
There is no provision in the party's constitution that grants the Board of Trustees the power to take over the leadership of the party or assume the functions of the National Working Committee. Senator Adolphus Wabara should retrace his steps from making statements on behalf of the People's Democratic Party forthwith.
Meanwhile, the party dismisses comments by Reuben Abati suggesting that the PDP lacks leadership, describing the claim as false and misleading. From Abuja, Joseph Kadri, ITV News.
Edo State Governor Senator Monday Okpebholo during the week-end review inspected the over 90% completed Ikpoba Hill flyover project at Ramat Park in Benin City in company with a journalist, Sheun Okimbalue. The inspection is part of efforts by the state government to showcase some key infrastructural projects across the state and highlights expected gains to citizens when completed.
Governor Okpebholo and his guests took a walk through the over 900 meters flyover construction site and surrounding areas to assess the level of work done so far. Commercial bus drivers, market women, commuters and residents within Orebuni and environs cashed in on the inspection to express their appreciation to the governor and his administration for the landmark flyover and others, including erosion control measures at Obaseki Street off Ikpoba Hill, which aims at addressing flooding and improving the livelihood of residents. With over 90% completion attained at the Ikpoba Hill flyover, the mega infrastructure, when inaugurated, is expected to ease traffic congestion and improve connectivity within different parts of Benin City.
You cannot sit down in one scope to evaluate the socio-economic value of this road. And what we are seeing, this project is about 14 months old, and in spite of that, and even the economic challenges that we have as a nation and as a state, the speed with which this project is going is bemusing. Everywhere we go, they hold us in high gratitude for working with the governor, and that is one of the reasons folks like myself are with the governor because of this laudable project. All of them are in the Ikpoba axis. Ikpoba is an economic artery into Edo State.
The project tour also underscores the state government strategy of showcasing projects to the global audience. For a deeper insight into the infrastructure development of the Senator Monday Okpebholo-led administration in enhancing economic activities, from Benin, Kingsley Uchebu. ITV News.
From the Nigeria's premier private university, Igbenedion University Okada, came the report during the week under review that artificial intelligence, AI, has been described as a present-day tool that can redefine how nations confront insecurity, anticipate threats, and secure their future. This was a central message delivered by former Chief of Defense Staff of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, General Lucky Irabor, retired, at the 2026 annual lecture series of the College of Arts and Social Sciences of the university. The lecture held at the university's May auditorium focused on the theme Combating Insecurity in Nigeria, Artificial Intelligence and the Global Future.
The lecture drew academics, security experts and students to engage in discussions on technology and national security. In his opening remarks, the Vice-Chancellor, Igbenedion University Okada, Professor Lawrence Izimunye, highlighted the institution's commitment to shaping national discourse and driving solutions to contemporary challenges.
How do we balance surveillance with civil liberty? These are questions that the great university must raise. And we are proud that our College of Arts and Social Sciences have taken the lead.
In his welcome address, the acting dean, Dr. Goodluck Ebele Jonathan College of Arts and Social Sciences, Dr. Sylvester Onyoma, described the lecture series as an intellectual platform for relevant policy research.
This team challenged us to think critically the role of innovation in securing our nation's future.
The guest speaker, General Lucky Irabor, retired, emphasized the importance of artificial intelligence in security architecture for intelligence gathering, surveillance and predictive analysis.
The topic presents a transformative opportunity to address persistent threats such as insurgency, banditry, cybercrime, terrorism, and cross-border criminality.
The guest speaker was thereafter presented with a plaque of appreciation by the Vice-Chancellor. Guests were thrilled by cultural performance by students of the Department of Theatre Arts. Some participants lauded the lecture for providing insights on the role of technology in shaping the future of security in Nigeria.
AI helps in terms of security, punishing offenders and enforcing justice system.
AI helps us intellectually and win security, which is a very serious issue that we're battling in the country presently.
The lecture further reaffirms the institution's commitment to promoting intellectual discourse on national and global issues. From Okada, Osemudame Osage, ITV News.
Also in the week, we reported that the administration of criminal justice extends beyond conviction and punishment as it encompasses the protection of constitutional rights and the duty to ensure that no citizen is deprived of liberty unjustly. It is against this backdrop that the Chief Judge of Edo State, Justice Daniel Kungbowa, who is also the Chairman, Administration of Criminal Justice Monitoring Committee, conducted a jail delivery exercise at the Oko and the Benin Correctional Centers, resulting in the release of some inmates after a careful review of their cases. The exercise was part of efforts to decongest custodial centers, reduce prolonged pre-trial detentions, and strengthen fairness, equity, and human dignity within the justice system in Edo State.
The correctional system is designed for the reformation of offenders, but the justice process also demands that no individual remains in custody without lawful justification or trial. It was from this constitutional and humanitarian standpoint that the Chief Judge of Edo State, Justice Daniel Kungbowa, alongside judges on Tuesday visited Oko and the Benin Custodial Centers to conduct a jail delivery exercise. The Chief Judge, who also served as chairman of the Edo State Administration of Criminal Justice Monitoring Committee, in his speech said he carried out the exercise in line with the mandate of the committee as provided under Section 470, Subsection 2 of the Administration of Criminal Justice Law of Edo State 2016.
Conducting on visits to correctional centers and to, amongst other things, ascertain the number of inmates awaiting trial in all custodial centers, determine the length of time that the inmate has been in custody, take appropriate steps where justice so demands to ensure that criminal matters are speedily dealt with.
The Controller of Corrections in Edo State, Mr. Julius Osewingie, said the exercise further strengthens public confidence in the justice system by ensuring that detention is not abused and that justice is neither delayed nor denied. Some of the inmates released expressed gratitude, describing the exercise as a turning point and the beginning of a new chapter in their lives. The Administration of Criminal Justice Monitoring Committee, through such interventions, continues to play a critical role in ensuring effective case management, reduces congestion in custodial centers, and promoting timely dispensation of justice. From Benin, Donald Ehiminye, ITV News.
With that report, we call it a wrap on today's edition of the program News Review. Do have a wonderful week ahead. Bye for now.
Certainly the best.
WIC Women in Conversation. This is another beautiful episode where women are gathered to discuss heart-touching matters in Nigeria and probably our homes also. And in the world generally, we try to look at things that are happening around the world and see how we could advise or how we could let you understand if it's right to be done or wrong to be done. And, you know, it's a table where everybody wants to quickly tune in and watch and listen to what these great women have to say. And today, of course, I have with me to discuss Japa. We're going to be talking Japa. Nigerians, almost all Nigerian youth wants to Japa. What is the meaning of Japa? And I also heard that we also have another one called, the women in the house, in the studio, will let you know what that one is called. I really can't remember what it is called, but we also have another name for those that have gone there and it's not working out for them. They come back. Anyway, with me on this table to discuss all of this is Abby. Abby, you're welcome. You're going to be talking more of the Japa because you know you Japad when Japa was Japa. Now you're Japambo. Japada. You're Japada. Anyway, so Abby is going to be talking more on Japa with us today because she lives in the US, UK, and also is living in Nigeria. I don't know how she does that. She's a big girl. Anyway, also we have Tony. Tony will let us know about Japa because I think she has more experience, not because she Japa though, but she has more of the words in her mouth to say about Japa. And we have Chisom, who is going to be representing the Gen Zs. The Gen Zs are actually the ones right now who wants to Japa to any country. You hear them say, let's just leave Nigeria. Let's just go to any country. Ladies, you're welcome to the program.
Thank you. It's a pleasure.
Okay, Japa is not an English word. So what word is Japa?
I believe is a word created to relocation. Nigerians relocation.
What tribe is this word carved from? Let me hear from you.
Japa is a Yoruba name. It's a Yoruba name, which means run quickly. Run quickly. Why the Japada is come back.
If it's not working out,
run back quickly. So when you run out quickly and you get there, it's not working out, run back.
Japada.
Quickly.
Okay, let's talk about Japa. Tony, I'm still going to be asking you this question. A whole lot of Nigerians, especially our youths, everybody wants to Japa. It's not just our youths now, the professionals too, mostly doctors. Most doctors have left Nigeria. Yeah. everybody wants to go. You also hear them say, just to any country. Right now, they don't even choose the country they want to go to any longer. And then seeing what is going on in these countries that they're jackpot into. Yesterday, I was watching on social media. I don't know if anyone of you saw it. What the South Africans are doing to the blacks over there too, not just Nigerians, to the Ghanaians. They're asking that they should leave their country, go fix your country, don't come here, go fix your country. So is jackpot the right thing to do?
It's a very big question. But I still believe if you have the opportunity, it is better to japa than to remain here.
Abby is laughing because she doesn't believe in that.
And died of depression or turn yourself to be a criminal. If you have the opportunity, japa. If you don't have, you have to, so many things you have to put in consideration because it's two major reasons that are causing this. Number one, the economic situation of the country and the insecurity. When you think critically of those 2 points, you will think of jackpot too. Because you are not safe inside your house. You are not safe outside the house. You are not safe even going to work. You are not even safe at work. You are not safe giving birth to your child in the hospital. You are not safe raising that child in the house. You are not safe sending that child to school. So that is a good thing. And now, maybe if you basically, there is no family that can manage 100,000 again in Nigeria. How will you do it? And the basic, I think what is the minimum wage? Minimum wage remains 75,000. And for the people that are even using bad electricity lights, 75,000 is not enough to run your bills for electricity alone. What about other people? What about feeding? Gone are those days that you can just take 20,000 naira, you want to go to my 12 and do a shopping. With your 20,000 naira, you are not buying anything in the nylon. Maybe you want to buy only pepper, garlic, and ginger, then you come back home.
You're making me hungry. The food combination.
So that is it. When you are working hard and there's no reward, it's not even enough not to talk of saving. And one good thing that our government is good at now is by thinking of every avenue to screw us with different policies of getting money from us. But where is the money from? They're talking of companies closing down. Why won't they close down? Even the electricity problem is a big one. They are running at loss. So that is the reason. So if that I'm talking to you, Oluwatoyin has the opportunity today, I will jackpot gladly.
Wow. Okay, Toyin wants to jackpot.
Thank you.
Okay, she gave the reasons why she would want to jackpot.
Yeah.
But I've also heard the people over there too talking about this, although insecurity is out of it. But they are also talking about the economy. They also say that things have increased and all that. Because I know that when I complain, just like you're complaining, they tell me, whatever increase you people are having in Nigeria, we are having it there. But Nigerians also will tell you, we still want to come. What is the reason why they want to go?
Okay, there's this thing they say, that anywhere now way except Nigeria. So that is what mainly the Gen Z say, right? Anywhere now way, because except where you are right now, Nigeria is worse than any other West African country. There is nowhere you go that you will not find a Nigerian. Nigerians are in Nepal. Nigerians are in even Pakistan. Nigerians are there. They prefer to be there than to be here. Where somebody who is 18 can't even boast of anything, unlike the way it is in the UK. A child of 18 might already be independent, might have already even had a car, might have started working or doing some things. But you are 24, 25, you might even still be in school, maybe due to strike. You are still battling with year 2, year 3, year 4. And by the time that person comes out, you're not independent. You still have to gather your CV, enter streets, and start looking for a job. And before you would even find a job. So it's because things are much more better out there. You can't say, oh, like in the UK, if you're looking for a job, they won't consider your qualifications or consider, there are things that, you know, we definitely know that things are happening there, the economy and everything, racism, right? And those things are happening there. But tribalism is worse here. You rather embrace racism in UK than the tribalism we are facing in Nigeria. So that's the reason why youths of nowadays prefer to japa. So it's just the amount of, let's say, pressure, unpreparedness that makes some people japada. And people who are already comfortable over there, they just feel like, oh, because of my business, I have to come back. But then the youths that japada with confidence, they can't bear it anymore. They are not prepared. They don't have anybody over there. So the best choice, instead of going there to commit crime, just come back home and stay with your family.
Okay, Abe, you live in the UK and then you are trying to japada to Nigeria. You're trying to put in your businesses together and wanting to come back home. Okay, now you heard what Chisom said. A whole lot of Nigerian youths wants to go there. Okay, and we have seen families that had sold maybe just one property belonging to every family, grandchildren, great-grandchildren, father, great-one. They sell it for someone to, you know, japa. Do you think it's worth it?
No, I don't think so, because I have come back to Nigeria because I see it as an opportunity, a land of opportunity, and I'm trying to understand that there's unemployment, you know, the economy, people are suffering and everything. But I want to even bring it at a very basic level, because I came back and I was like, okay, I know the minimum wage is 70K. Minimum wage is 70K. But then I started to, because me, I'm a business person, and I don't expect every person to be business minded. But I saw opportunity. I see things differently. I went into the real estate. I went into shop-let. Some things didn't work out. It was difficult. But then I went to start even selling granules, you know. And then I started to see how it was made, how I could even export it, food stuff. So I don't know, you know, I just feel that there's so much opportunities in Nigeria, and it's not, you know, everybody's fault that they can be able to make the Nigeria work. I know, you know, it has to start from the top, the leadership, and the way that the resources are being mismanaged and everything. But there's so much opportunity. They said in each state in Nigeria has at least 3 mineral resources, natural resources, gold, you know, cool.
But are the citizens able to access this minerals?
We have to help ourselves sometimes.
How?
We just have to do it, you know, in the little.
Let me quickly come in here. You said you came back, okay? You came back from trying to come from abroad, okay? And then you said at some point you started even exporting granules. That's because you have the opportunity.
Can I just say something?
Not just the capital. You already have created your market abroad, so you have the right source to export to.
There is actually a training. A woman in Nigeria here, she trains. There's a training. I can share the training that she does to help Nigerians to give them opportunities to export abroad, even fashion, food stuff, and everything.
Do they have to pay for the training?
The training is not much. It's not much.
They will not give you.
It's not much. No,
they will not give you what?
They will not give you the secret of it.
Yes.
No,
I have joined more than 4
of those training.
I've more than 4, and I pay huge amounts.
No, you need to be there. Okay.
Okay. Let's
register another company.
I can even start to do some training if that's the case.
Let's leave the training aside. Let's leave the training aside. How do you expect a Nigerian that, of course, just like she said, probably came out from school, parents are not really buoyant, and he or she has not gotten a job, so there's no savings anywhere, and you expect that person to go for training and then start exporting. Where does the capital come from?
It doesn't have to be exports. It's unfortunate, I know, but there's still some people, like there's this Alakija's free trade. She's giving some funds to people. There's different fundings.
How many people?
It will not go around.
How many people have access to that information?
I know, but that's why I'm saying, it's training, information, getting it out there. But those that do will benefit. We can't help everybody.
The ratio is low.
There's opportunities out there. I understand because I'm
Before we go on a short break, I want Toyin to give me her side of what's your take on what I asked Abe. I mean, is it worth it when you sell your buildings and we hear people do that? Is it worth it?
It's worth it.
I don't think so. When you go to UK, I come to the UK, the things is high cost of living is cold. People are suffering. Some of them are even in jail because they still can't fit into the culture.
Okay. Yeah. Abe, let's go on a very quick short break. When we come back, we'll be having Tony talk to us on is it worth it to sell your property and go. We'll go on a very short break just to sip some water and I'll be back. Please sit. Welcome back. It's still Women in Conversation. We were talking Japa before we went on the short break. And I mean, behind the camera, there's been a lot of, yes, it's good to Japa. And, it's just that they're saying it's not good to Japa. Even the man behind the camera is also saying Japa is very important at this time in Nigeria. Toyin, you were saying something before we went on the short break.
She said that it doesn't worth it. As of today, I regret not following my friend 2023. The family sold their car, sold their plot of land, and traveled. It was rough initially, but now they are thanking God. They are thanking God that they made the best decision at the right time. Because here, we keep struggling. Even business, everything is frustrating. Is it the rent that's going up? Is it the expedition that is high every day when you are not making it? And if you will not see that now, since about 2 years ago now, the population of the prison keep increasing because crimes, when they don't have opportunity to japa, they now begin to down.
But like Abe said, we can also still make Nigeria work and we can make it happen.
How?
She probably has to explain to us.
Time. I feel with time.
With time.
I know there is suffering. I know but with time, let's just have a good leadership. Somebody that has his head screwed on, that can make...
honestly, I do not like the way Chicha is laughing. Because when Abe mentioned let's have a good leadership, she did... When? I don't understand.
The kind of patience she's preaching to us is the kind of patience they preach to cow from Sokoto. That calm down.
Reach there.
And by the time the cow saw himself in Abatio, pieces you.
Sometimes
is it until we all die of depression?
It gets worse before it gets better.
Abe.
Those that Japan, when things start to get better here, for them to come in, you that have stayed and struggled, that have now established and you have your roots in, you see that you start to be elevated and promoted to positions that they can never get in. Nigeria will get better.
Amen.
Yeah, even they said before the end of this year, the currency will be 1 to 1.
Amen.
Yeah, and then when it becomes that, when the rate is different now, when we start to bring the skills for all those that have japan, they need to come back home.
Sister Biodun, we are all Christians. We are reading the same Bible. You are talking of hope. We are talking of reality.
Yes, and it is happening. People are coming back and bringing their skills. Doctors are coming back and bringing their skills so that...
Abe, it looks like you are just the one thing the doctors are coming back. They are not coming back.
Some are coming back. Those that are japan before are coming back. I have stories.
Maybe when they come back, they are coming back to retired home. That's different.
They need training. Nigeria needs a lot of training.
Anyway, Abe, let me leave you. Let me go to the Gen Z in the house. Let her really explain to us if it is worth it to sell your family property to Japa, or you sell the property and start up something like Abi says, we can make it here in Nigeria. What's your take?
Okay, first of all, Japa is an emergency exit. Right now, Japa is an escape plan. It used to be a travel dream, right? People be like, oh, when I grow up, when I'll go to the UK, it's more like people were relaxed. You know, let's say in the 90s, we just go to travel for vacation. Nigerians were, you know. But as of now, for the youth between 18 to 25, Japa is an emergency exit. It's more like an escape plan, right? Because, you know, when somebody have run out of option, we're not talking about somebody in his 30s or 40s who might have built something somewhere in Nigeria.
Even the 30s and 40s
have nothing to show for it. So that's why it's better to just, if you have to make sacrifices, if you don't have option. If the sacrifice is, this is my only inheritance, and if I sell it, it gives me an opportunity to go to the UK to study and, you know, to work, right? Because there are a whole lot of things now available in Canada. I mean, they want people who want to migrate to come and work. I think Canada, they open things like that, even for refugees. Look at what is happening in the north. We have a good number of youths dying on a daily. What happened in Jos? What happened in... So it's in Kwara. Exactly. So if there are opportunities that, oh, come, we are receiving refugees, people who, you know, you're migrating due to the fact that your country is, they should go. You can't tell them to stay. Build what? Out of nothing. There's nothing to build from. There's absolutely nothing.
Okay. Thank you so much, Barrister Chisom. That brings us to insecurity. You know, because I said we're going to touch insecurity. Why I wanted us to touch it as mothers, as women, as wives, you know, the insecurity for the recent days we've seen has gone to the children. Yeah, we saw what happened in Calabar, and we also saw what happened in Benue State, where the children were going to write their UTME and they were kidnapped, you know. So as mothers, the talk of Japa brought us to insecurity. Abi, you say it is not important to think of leaving the country, but this is where we find ourselves now. As a mother, how would you want to secure your child that you live with in Nigeria? Because she mentioned something. She said, we can't even sleep with our two eyes closed any longer.
Yeah.
So how will you advise your child to stay off, should I say stay off target zone? Because it looks like everywhere is a target zone. And then with a child that is that scared, how do you think he or she wants to go out there to try and, you know, make Nigeria better, like you said, or try to do something in Nigeria? These are children that were going to write exams. That's their offense. Yeah. They were just going to write their exams to be able to be better citizens and to be able to be a better person tomorrow. And then they were arrested. Over to you, Abi.
Yeah, it's heavy to see what these I'll call them evil people are doing, or you know, to the children, because I heard that story, and it was even from a prayer group that we were praying, and we were very, very angry and prayed against insecurity in Nigeria, and then again why this was happening. And as we all know, it's to do with a lot of things that's happening in Nigeria. But I would say, you know, you mentioned that, you know, regarding the Japa business, because that's a different issue entirely. But at the same time, it's something that needs to be dealt with, the issue of insecurity in Nigeria from the leaders, and it will be done, because it's getting to a stage where we're all tired. Yeah, I'm here. I feel, you know, also at risk. You know, I've got CCTV in all my rooms, in the inside, not outside, inside the house. So I understand what people, and I know not everybody can, you know. So
the crime rates.
Yes, you know, then we can bring it to the table.
Okay.
How often do people get killed in UK?
All right,
Abi. Nigeria?
Yeah, but you haven't answered the question the way I want you to answer. So probably I'll ask Toyin.
I have a daughter that is in
Toyin,
Nigeria
yeah,
as well.
okay. So Toyin, with the situation of the insecurity in Nigeria, do you think in fact, we were talking about those children that were kidnapped, and those ones in Calabar, we haven't heard stories if they were released. It was just the ones from Benue that we saw the videos that they were released. So those ones in Benue that were released, do you think they want to go back to school or write exam without having that?
Let me ask you, as a mother, can you send your daughter or your child to that same school same day?
No.
Hi. What are we talking about? This thing is very emotional and very sad. Thank God we are all mothers. Is it that easy to bring a life to bring a child to life? This thing does not start yesterday. I remember 2014. I was in labor. The days of Chibok.
Yes.
Up till now, they were not complete. Till now. If any of us happen to be a mother of any of those children, and you now see opportunity of Japa, even if it is to Kuton, want to pack them to the neighboring country. Insecurity, this is, do you know, 3 days ago, last week, the school of my daughter sent a mail that they are going on excursion. I started praying to cancel this excursion. How will only me be cancelled excursion? Excursion is a good thing because traveling to give them around is part of education. But not again in Nigeria.
Yeah. True.
They went to Abeokuta. I cannot sit down. I put myself in fast, walking about, praying, monitoring them till I hear they're back.
Chisholm.
Yeah, so just to buttress what Tony said, I think Nigeria is to me, Nigeria is like a balloon, right? It's like a balloon, and the more corruption, just like that is how the breeze is just getting bigger and bigger, and the day it will burst, I just pray.
I go down there.
You are holding this jackpot in so fair. Yeah, okay,
so Nigeria is deep rooted in unpredictability, right? You cannot if you say, oh, let's learn skill, let's all join hand, Nigeria will be better. The government did this. It's better not to wait and say, oh, I have hope for the next 2 years. I think that is what they said the last 5 years ago or the last 4 years ago, right? So that unpredictability is like an obstacle. It's like a canker worm, right? That is deep rooted in corruption, and it's really terrible, affecting everybody. So the system of JAPA itself, right? It's just like I told you, it's an emergency exit, especially for the young ones. So if there's an opportunity for them, they should leave. Because of the high insecurity that is going on. Because in Nigeria, we celebrate basic functionality is seen as a miracle. It's not. It's not. The government is not working. That's just what it is.
That's it.
Yes.
Okay, one word from you, Chisholm. If you have the opportunity to jackpot today, you are a barrister in Nigeria. You're a known barrister with a known chambers. Do you think you want to jackpot?
I would.
God bless you.
Because we are all at risk. That is the main point.
Japa, will you want to japa?
I will say it 25 times without changing my word. I will japa straight if I have the opportunity.
Okay. Abby, if you have the opportunity to japada, will you want to
As I said,
Yeah.
I'm here for change, transformed Nigeria.
I pray.
Remain positive that we'll work it out.
Amen.
And things will get better. To me, I just remain positive. It's sad what is happening with the kidnapping and everything and the insecurity.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Abby. Thank you so much. Abby believes that Nigeria can be better. And she also believes that we can actually make it here in Nigeria. That's Abby's belief. But Chisholm and Toyin, believes that if there's opportunity to japa, they will japa, even though they are well established in Nigeria. At least they're not amongst those that are begging before eating, yet they want to japa. We would like to know what your own take is. Do you want to japa, or you want to believe like Abi that Nigeria will be better someday? That's what we're going to be ending this program today.